And all their games so far this season being played on the road. Lewis and Clark 3-3 so far on the season. All three of those games coming on the road due to some work going on their campus. We'll be talking about that later on throughout the broadcast, but it is a great day to be covering at Summit softball here. Very cloudy, not too much wind, hoping that'll stay down as we're going to get our first look here at Jordan Arce in the circle, the sophomore out of Thousand Oaks, California, and by far the definitive ace for Trinity so far this season. Comes into this game with a 5-1 record as this first pitch in for strike on Gina Ozuna. Ozuna, the junior out of Pittsburgh, California, not Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, batting .381 so far this season. And Jordan Arce yesterday, this one's fouled off. Arce appeared in relief during a thrilling 14-13 final game up in Georgetown, Texas. That one a neutral site game against George Fox. That one went down to the bottom of the eighth. Trinity representing the home team in that game is on the 0-2, too low for a ball. Trinity represented the home team, found themselves down 8-0 in the after 2 innings, and slowly and meticulously found their way back and ended up walking it off once again. This is a team that does not go down, as on the 1-2, this one grounded over to first and foul. This is a team that does not go down easily. Trinity, whenever you get into clutch time situations, this is a team that really steps up. They started their season by winning a 9th-inning game. Now we're going a full 9 innings. Of course, in softball, games only go to 7 as we get ready for the 1-2. Arce with the wind, a bit too far outside for ball number 2. Trinity started the season going into 9 innings against Concordia, ended up winning that game. And since then, this has been a team that enjoys clutch situations. And a big reason is Jordan Arce right here. She gets ready on the 2-2. The wind and the delivery. This one hit over to Tagawa at second, and a quick little flip over to Jordan Williams at first will be the first out of the inning. Williams playing back at first. Williams had a lot of appearances at catcher to start this season, but Trinity working on a bit more rotation at that position due to some key injuries. Of course, Dawson Debussy, we hope will not be out for the season. We hope to see her later on this year. Abigail Miller, of course, an arm injury during the offseason. As this one's in for a first pitch strike here on the number 2 hole hitter, Madison Scroggins. Scroggins, a sophomore out of Antelope, California. Playing left field today. Appeared in all 6 games so far for the Pioneers this season. Batting .333 on the year on the 0-1. A bit outside for ball number 1. So count evens up at 1-1. All ones on the top row of the scoreboard. Trinity loves clutch situations, and we'll be talking about that later on during this game, of course. But Jordan Arce so far this season has been absolutely electric, as this one is popped over to third. De La Luna moving over, and it's going to hit off the top of the Trinity dugout there. Arce comes into this game with a .356 ERA. Best on the team of anybody who has pitched over 7 innings, and again, comes into this one with a 5-1 record. Picked up the win yesterday against George Fox. This one a bit too high for ball 2, so count evens back up here at 2-2. Lewis and Clark making a road trip down here to Texas. Played 2 games at Southwestern on Thursday, and then yesterday won 2 games against Schreiner over in Kerrville. This one a bit too high for ball 3, so now count is full at 3-2. Going through the defensive alignment here, Del Toro in left, Sydney Watson at center, and Leia Gonzalez playing in third. Arce typically moves over to third whenever she is not pitching, but of course she is here today, and she gets ready for the 3-2. This one hit right back to Arce. Great grab and great play for the second out here for the Trinity University Tigers. Jordan Arce with some heads-up fielding. as we get ready to see Emily Patton, the sophomore out of Peoria, Arizona. Shortstop for this game, batting .304 so far in the season in her 6 games of work. At Schreiner, she went 3 for 8 during her 2 games, as this first pitch is fouled back. RC, yesterday during the win, went 2 innings, allowed 3 hits, also allowed 3 runs, but in a game that ends 14-13 in the bottom of the 8th, you really can't be picky about how many runs you give up. Just hope that you don't give up as many as the other team. This one in for strike number 2, so now Patton finds herself in a hole, 0-2. Patton so far this season, again sophomore out of Peoria, Arizona, batting in the 3rd spot. 3 for 8 yesterday. Had 2 runs off for 3 hits, and one of those hits being a double. This one is outside for ball 1. She was hit by a pitch. No, sorry, she advanced on an error, which also brought in 2 runs. So she was credited for 2 RBIs, and then her double also brought in 2 RBIs, so a 4 RBI day for her. As this one is going to be fouled off the tip of the bat there. RC so far this season has been absolutely amazing for these Trinity Tigers. As heading into the weekend action, she was number 4 in the nation in terms of strikeouts. Also number 4 in terms of pitching victories at 5. RC with the windup here on the 1-2. This one swung and fouled over. This time going to hit off the roof of the Lewis and Clark dugout. Continuing with the defensive alignment here, Marina De La Luna going to be at 3rd base, Baltzel at shortstop, Samantha Tagawa over at 2nd, and Jordan Williams, who we've called out a couple of times, at 1st. RC with the windup and delivery, a bit too far inside for ball number 2. At catcher, you're going to see Peyton Bowser. And, of course, RC at pitcher. All 2s on that top row of the scoreboard. Let's see what happens here on the 2-2. RC with the wind. In for strike number 3. Got her looking. And so RC goes 1-2-3 to end the top of the 1st. We're going to take a quick break here on the Tiger Network. We will go through the Trinity batting order, followed closely by the Lewis and Clark defensive order whenever we come back. Welcome back, everybody, to the Trinity Tiger Network as we get ready for the bottom of the 1st inning here. Getting a look here at, getting a look at Charlize Pope, the pitcher, and the sophomore out of El Cerrito, California. And now we're getting a look here at Samantha Tagawa, the freshman 2nd baseman, batting leadoff here today. Just some down low to make it ball 1. Tagawa so far this season comes in, and she has had a very, very impressive season so far, batting .314 on the year. Went 2 for 4 in action against George Fox. This one is in for a strike. Tagawa again 2 for 4, one of those hits being a triple. And She leads the team in that category with 2 of them so far in the season. The other triple that she got, a top of the 9th 2 RBI triple to eventually win the game at Concordia in 9 innings. This one too high, and that'll make it ball 3 here. Tagawa so far this season also leads the team in terms of walks. She leads that category with 11 so far. Hoping to make it 12 here on the 3-1, but definitely a hitter's count. This one outside for ball number 4, so Tagawa extends her lead in the walks category and makes it 12 on the season so far, and that's something that Trinity really likes to do. They love to walk. They love the free pass. As coming into this one, or as coming into the weekend, they were number 3 in the country in terms of taking free passes. And so getting ready here for the 2-hole hitter, Sydney Watson moves up from her traditional spot. Tagawa's going to go for the steal in time. And so Tagawa will be taking her base. This team hasn't stolen as much as I think they would like to. So for this year is Watson, this is one over to third. The throw in time. Meanwhile, Tagawa's going to move up 60 feet to third. So a nice little sacrifice hit there by Sydney Watson. Didn't get a lot of opportunity to call out her stats, as that was a 1 pitch, 1 out.
The designated player, number 23, Hannah Boudreaux.
And now we're going to get to see in the 3 spot Hannah Boudreaux, the freshman out of Pearland, Texas, and she has been absolutely amazing so far this season, leading the team in terms of batting average, and had the walk-off hit against George Fox in the bottom of the 8th inning. First pitch, swinging strike. Boudreaux's been the designated hitter for much of this season. Hasn't gotten a lot of defensive work due to a shoulder condition. Talking to Coach Wittenauer last week and during this week, as that one's in for strike number 2. Boudreaux with a shoulder condition. Doesn't affect her batting, but does affect her throwing, and so even though she is listed as a catcher, that's why not seeing her at the catcher position yet. Checked her swing, gonna check it, and it did get her to go around. So that'll be the second out here of this bottom of the 1st inning, and now the sacrifice out of play for the pitcher, Jordan Arce. Arce during the 2nd game against McMurray, bottom of the 7th, 2 outs. Trinity down 2-4, and Trinity came back, managed to tie the game up, and then Jordan Arce comes up to bat, takes a swing, pops it past the, or laces it past the third baseman, and ends up being a walk-off. So Arce, no stranger to hits in big situations, despite her role as a pitcher. She is truly a 2-way weapon for these Trinity Tigers. Arce, of course, with 2 home runs on the season, leading the team in that category as well. Here on the 2-0, this pitch in for a strike by Pope. Pope so far this year, sophomore out of El Cerrito, California. 2.25 ERA coming into this game, 0.75 whip. Does have a win on the season so far. This pitch, swing and a miss for strike number 2, so count evens up at 2-2. And Pope hoping to get out of this inning after allowing a walk and getting Tagawa over to third. Trinity hoping not to strand a runner 60 feet away. Foul tip there by Jordan Arce, so staying alive here for 2-2. Arce 389 coming into this game, leads the team in terms of OPS at 1278. Pope checks her wrist, now get ready for the windup and the delivery. Swing and a miss for strike number 3. So despite the runner being 60 feet away, Pope managing to keep Trinity off the boards. And we will now go to the top of the 2nd with the score tied at 0-0. Going through the Lewis and Clark batting order now. Coming up next is going to be Harper Campanella, freshman out of Boise, Idaho, the designated hitter for this game. Then at fifth is going to be Mari Alvarez, senior out of Fremont, California. At sixth, Lacey Marglin, sophomore out of Antioch, California, playing in right field today. And then at seventh, Abby Yamashita, the freshman out of Monterey, California, the first baseman. At eighth, we're going to get a look at McKenna Zender, sophomore out of Huntington Beach, California, the third base. And finally, at nine, Alyssa Huka, the senior out of Cupertino, California. She is playing center field today. Meanwhile, for Trinity, just going to finish up the batting order there. At the 5 spot is going to be Jordan Williams, senior out of Clayton, California. At 6, Hayden Del Toro, sophomore out of Cypress, Texas, the left fielder. Williams playing at first. At 7, Peyton Bowser, junior out of Arvada, California, the catcher. 8th, Marina De La Luna, senior out of Concord, California. And finally at 9th, Angela Balsell, sophomore out of Antioch, California. Also, Leia Gonzalez, the right fielder for Trinity, not batting today, batting in the technical 10th spot, which of course does not exist. Campanella pops this one back and foul. And gonna hop over the wall. So nobody gonna get a chance at that one. I'm gonna have to send somebody out on an expedition to grab it. Harper Campanella this season, again freshman out of Boise, Idaho. Designated hitter, batting .318 on the season so far. This one outside for a ball. Gonna make it ball number 1. And getting set on the 1-1 here. I see checking with the dugout and now checking her wrist to see which pitch she wants to go to here. Wind up in the delivery. This one is popped up. Balsell moving back for it and able to get it for the first out of the top of the second inning.
Batting second to catcher, number 20, Mari Alvarez.
Mari Alvarez coming up next. Alvarez, a senior out of Fremont, California, and one of the big players here on this team. Went 2 for 5 in the 2-game series at Shriner. Had 2 hits and wasn't able to get too much out of it, but a bit of a slow start for her this season, but did make all conference last season. And hoping to continue that here. Maybe a little bit of a slow start, but still plenty of time to get this one kicked off. Only 6 games have been played by these Pioneers. This one too low for ball number 2. And RC, of course, came in relief, pitched 2 innings at George Fox, that one being an 8-inning final. Nice with the windup and the delivery. In for ball 3. Trinity has played in 3 extra inning games so far this season. First game of the season at Concordia, and then last weekend on Friday against Hardin-Simmons. This one in for a strike. Alvarez thought that it was going to be a walk, but RC able to get that one in to make it a 3-1 here, and definitely a good count to swing in. Of course, the win at versus Hardin-Simmons, and then yesterday, as that one's inside for ball number 4. So RC allows her first runner on base for the game. So far this year, RC allowing about a runner per inning. Just looking at her whip so far this season, whip being walks and hits per innings pitched. So here on the 0-0, this one is going to be fouled back by Lacey Marglin. Marglin, sophomore out of Antioch, California. Antioch home to a Trinity player as well, Angela Baltel, did not go to the same, no, sorry. Actually, did go to the same high school, former high school teammates. They're from Antioch, and Baltel playing shortstop here today. Taking a look over at her third base coach, also maybe giving a look over to Baltel as well. Would not be surprised if they got to talk a little bit during pregame as well. As RC with the windup a bit too far outside on 1-1, going to make it 2-1. RC so far this season has allowed 18 runners on via the free pass, but struck out a lot more a lot more batters than that. At 36 strikeouts on the season so far. Very, very impressive number from her this year. Wind up in the delivery. This one is going to be popped over into right and foul. And going to hit some branches and end up in the very back end of the TUPD backyard. Beautiful day for some softball here. Maybe a little bit cloudy. A bit cloudier than we were hoping for, but clouds, of course, definitely far from the worst thing. It's been pretty unseasonably warm so far during February. And the 2-2 in for a strike, and so RC manages to freeze her up there on the 2-2 and get yet another strikeout on the day so far. That'll make it her second in 2 innings of work. Next up, going to be Abby Yamashita, freshman out of Monterey, California. 4 games played so far, went 0 for 3 yesterday at Shriner. Has 10 at-bats so far this season. And has grounded out, flown out a lot. Yamashita apparently did not go there, so be ready for 1-0. Here with 2 outs. Getting a look at Yamashita's stats. Thanks to some help from the control room. Thanks to everybody down there for all the work that you guys do, as this one's going to be fouled back and off the roof of the Mabry Pavilion. Going to roll off the roof and might find its way onto the tennis courts here. No action, of course, on the tennis courts due to it not only being a Sunday, but also pretty early on this Sunday. Later on today, you're going to be seeing tennis playing the University of Texas Dallas. Those matches set to tip off, or set for first serve at about 2 as this one gets away from Bowser. Runner does not go, and Alvarez going to stay at first. (2-1) coming up here for RC. And a potential to end this top of the first inning without allowing that runner to get off of first. The delivery in for a strike to make it 2-2. Count goes back up to even. RC again checking her wrist here, and all 2s on that top row of the scoreboard. This one hit over to foul left, and Halen thought about going over there briefly before this one hits off the top of the Trinity dugout, and it's actually going to stay on top as it just really hit off the bottom of the netting, and it'll be stuck up there until somebody grabs a pole and knocks it loose. So all 2s here, 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs here in the bottom of the second. This one fouled. Sorry, here in the top of the second. And Boudreaux, the one who ran over to grab that one. Or ran over to grab one of the foul balls. I believe that was the foul ball that ended up in the TUPD backyard. As we saw her running over from right. There's a little gate back there that goes into the backyard, so I've seen that a couple of times as RC winds up and gets ready. This one once again fouled back, and a very long at bat coming up. Some very long at bats were kind of the theme of the first game of the doubleheader series against McMurray last weekend. Of course, Hayden Del Toro getting a 15-pitch at bat at one point in a 3-hour-long game. 2-2 once again. This one going to be fouled over to the right. The game ran long, in game number 1 against McMurray. Trinity falling in that one. Final score during that game was an 8-11 loss. Again, had a lot of walks, very long at-bats. For a shorter one here today, 2-2. Once again, fouled over to the left side. And this is starting to look like a little bit of a battle here at the plate. Yamashita doing a good job of getting the bat on the ball, just unable to put it into play so far. RC top 10 in the nation in strikeouts, hoping to get another one here. Already 2 so far during the game. And 1 so far in the inning, hoping to get her second. Too high, and so count moves to full. And gonna make it 3-2 here. Yamashita, despite not having a hit so far this season, only has 1 strikeout, so she does not go down easily. And so getting ready on the 3-2, wind up in the delivery, once again fouled back. And goodness gracious, this is starting to become a very, very long at-bat here for both players. RC only 2 innings of work, 37 1/3 so far on the season. And once again on the 3-2, swing and foul back. During yesterday's game, Trinity found themselves down 8-0 heading into the bottom of the 3rd, but they just slowly chipped away, got 1 in the 3rd, 3 in the 4th, and just kept that trend going, 1-3-3, and then tied the game up, and then got 3 in the bottom of the 8th to eventually win it. RC with the windup, this one slapped over into right once again, and foul. Trinity just kept on clawing back, and it's something that this team really, really likes to do. It's just, this is a fighting team that, or as Coach Whitnauer said, and it's a team that's never really out of it until they're out of it, and they do not give up easily. And one player that's not giving up easily is Yamashita, as she draws a massive walk there. What a long at-bat. Can't wait to see how many pitches that was there. As now we're going to get 2 runners on, runners at first and second. Going to get a look here at the 8-hole hitter, McKenna Zender, sophomore out of Huntington Beach, California, 3rd baseman here today. A 14-pitch at-bat for Yamashita. And just absolutely incredible at-bat there. 9 fouls, really battling here for Yamashita. Going to pick up her first walk of the season. As we get a look at Zender here, 6 games played, batting 176. This one high for a ball. Zender 505 OPS. Went 1 for 6 at Shriner with a run on her 1 hit. That 1 hit, though, being a triple. And she's done very impressive for herself in that category so far. Not in for a strike, so going to be 1-1. And so we're going to see what happens here. This one fouled off of Zender, fouled it off of herself, so play called foul, and now we're going to see what RC dials up here on the 1-2. RC checking her wrist, getting ready for the wind and the delivery. This one going to be popped foul back and to the left. Everybody getting their heads up, and I think it ended up hitting off of one of the metal bleachers there. Heard a pretty distinctive sound. Happy Sunday morning to everybody. Hope that your day is going fantastically here. Have a bit of an early start to this game, but this one fouled back, and big reason for this early start. Wasn't planning on being an early start, but after Trinity men's basketball went on a very impressive 14-0 run to start the season, it started to become maybe a little bit of a hint of a conversation. Hey, we could be hosting playoffs and really don't want to be having, playoff basketball. Got baseball in town. You got track and field had their opening meet as I'm going to say that was fouled off. So count remains at 1-2, but Trinity a lot of action over the last couple of days, and essentially the athletics department saying, hey, we can't host all this at once. We need to push this game back to Sunday, and this game being pushed back, of course, to Sunday morning, so that Lewis and Clark has plenty of time to get back over to Portland, Oregon at the conclusion of the 2 games here. And on the 1-2, this one hit over into left. Del Toro going back. Del Toro at the track, at the wall. It's off the top of the wall. Stays in play. One runner's going to score. Runner coming in from first. Gonna not get the throw in time. And so 2 runners score on the RBI double off of the top of the wall. That was maybe a gust of wind away from going out of here, but Zender going to be able to get a 2 RBI double here, her first double of the season, and her 3rd and 4th RBI of the season. As now we're going to get a look at the 9-hole hitter, Alyssa Huka, senior out of Cupertino, California. The 286 batting average so far this season is the delivery by Arcee. This one is hit out to left once again. Del Toro moving over, and that will be the end of the top of the 2nd. So, after getting 2 outs to start the top of the 2nd inning, Lewis and Clark managing to get a big hit to take a 2-0 lead, and Trinity once again finds themselves in a little bit of a hole, but they may be down, but they are never out. As we are going to take a quick break here on the Trinity Tiger Network. Actually, no, we will take a quick break. As before we do that, we're going to get a look at the Lewis and Clark defensive order for these Pioneers. In left, going to get a look at Madison Scroggin, sophomore out of Antelope, California. And at center, a look at Alyssa Huka, senior out of Cupertino. In left, getting a glance at Lacey Margolin, sophomore out of Antioch, California. At third is going to be McKenna Zender. Of course, Zender getting that big 2 RBI double just a second ago. Zender, sophomore out of Huntington Beach. At second, a look at Emily Patton, sophomore out of Peoria, Arizona. And then at number 26, Gina Ozuna playing at second here today. At first, Abby Yamashita, freshman out of Monterey, California. Of course, the pitcher is going to be Charlize Pope. And finally at catcher is Mari Alvarez. Alvarez, the senior out of Fremont, California. So now we're going to get a look at Jordan Williams. Williams, so far this season, I think one of the more experienced players on this team, and comes into this one batting .286. Batted .298 last season, so pretty similar numbers up and down the board for her compared to last year. On the 0-0 count, gets a opening pitch ball. This one in for a strike, so gonna even the count up at 1-1. Williams so far this season, again, .286. 10 hits on the season on her 35 at-bats. 6 runs scored so far. This one swung and moved over to the right-hand side. Was fouled, so count moves to 1-2. Williams, 6 RBI on the season, also with 6 walks as well. Got 2 of each category against George Fox yesterday. This one in the dirt for ball number 2. Gets away there from Alvarez. Yesterday, whenever the Pioneers went on the road to Kerrville and won both of their games. As Williams gonna swing and miss for strike number 3. And that will be the first out here of the bottom of the second.
Left fielder number 1, Hayden Del Toro.
Next up at the 6th spot is going to be Hayden Del Toro, the left fielder. And Del Toro traditionally batting leadoff here. Got shuffled around by Coach Wittenauer. This one outside for ball number 1. Del Toro yesterday went 1 for 4. Also had a walk, but had 3 RBIs as well. This one in for a strike to even the count up at 1-1. A lot of walks were scored by this Trinity team yesterday as well, as Del Toro thought about the swing, does not take it in. Good check there, as it's going to be 2-1. Already seeing some movement over there back behind the right field wall there for Lewis and Clark. Looks like it's just some mid-game batting practice though. As the windup and the hit, this one going to be popped over to short, and a very quick second out there over to Patton.
Batting third, the catcher number 21,
As we're going to get a look at Peyton Bowser, the catcher here today, and the junior out of Arvada, California. So far this season has appeared in 7 games, batting .214 during her 14 at-bats. This one in for strike number 1. Bowser went 2 for 3 whenever Trinity went up to play George Fox up in Georgetown, Texas. George Fox in Georgetown. This one in the dirt and off the glove of Alvarez, so I'm going to move the count back up to 1-1. Of course, I say in the dirt, this being a turf field. So in the rubber, I guess you could say. This one outside for ball number 2. This Trinity field got renovated not last summer, but the summer before. This is the 2nd season on this new turf field, and I will admit, wasn't a fan of it whenever it first came in, but it's starting to grow on me a little bit. Here on the 2-1, in for a strike to make it 2-2. So all 2s on the top row of the scoreboard, and all 2s during this game so far. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, and bottom of inning number 2. Delivery and outside for ball number 3, so count moves back up to full. Only hit allowed so far this game came out of the hands of Jordan Arce. Of course, that one being a 2 RBI double. Only runners that have gotten on base have come via the free pass so far. This one fouled off, and this is a Trinity team that loves their walks. They love getting the free pass, and had 12 against George Fox. This is one of a team that takes very smart at bats. This one over to third could be the end of the inning, and it is, as the throw was in time there by Zender. So end of the 2nd inning. Trinity finds themselves still trailing 2-0. Lewis and Clark taking advantage of a big 2 RBI double to take the lead. And we will see what they're able to do with the bats back in their hands whenever we come back here on the Trinity Tiger Network. Welcome back, everybody, to the top of the third inning here as we get ready to take a look at Gina Ozuna. Ozuna back up, leading off for these Lewis and Clark Pioneers. 1-0 for 1 so far today, grounded out. Not going to ground out here as this one gets into the outfield off the wall. Going to be at least a double here as a throw, not going to be in time. And so one pitch double for Ozuna. Ozuna so far this season leads the Pioneers in terms of hits, gets another one here today, and gets her second double of the season. I'm going to tie Campanella at the top of that category as we're not going to take a look at the number 2 spot hitter, Madison Scroggins, sophomore out of Antelope, California, playing left field here today. Marcy getting ready for the 0-0. Shows bunt, does bunt. De La Luna throw over, going to be in time. Meanwhile, the runner advances over to third, so a little sacrifice bunt there for Scroggins. Scroggins so far this season with a sacrifice, so that will be her second of the season. And we're going to look now at Emily Patton, sophomore out of Peoria, Arizona. 304 average so far this season. Leads the team in terms of at-bats and also leads the team in terms of runs. This one hit over into left. El Toro moving over, and going to be a sac play here as the runner will slide into home. And the Pioneers extend their lead now to 3-0. RBI sacrifice fly for Emily Patton. Going to be her second as well. As now we're going to get a look at Harper Campanella, freshman out of Boise, Idaho, the designated hitter here for this one. 2 outs already in the top of the third inning, but a runner has scored, so RC going to have to maybe clean up her work just a little bit here. This one, foul tip. And you could see there Campanella really wants to send this one out of here. RC so far this year as a pitcher has done pretty good for herself in her 142 at-bats. Looks like she checked her swing there. So I think they're going to call that a ball. Or no, sorry, a foul. So it's going to be 0-2 here. And to wait for the hand signal from the umpire. This one low and outside for ball number 1. Count moves to 1-2. Getting a great day here for some softball action here in San Antonio, Texas. Maybe a little bit cloudy, but odds are far from the worst and that you can ask for. This one's inside for ball number 2. Clouds, something that Texas and or the Trinity and Texas especially really needs right now. Of course, some pretty good wildfires going on over in the Panhandle. Wishing everybody the best over there. Let's get ready for the 2-2 with 2 outs. Foul tip. Smokehouse Creek fire being a pretty big concern out there. Had some smoke blow in earlier this week, and it's already grown to one of the biggest, or it's grown into the biggest fire actually in Texas state history, which is pretty concerning considering how big we've had some wildfires over the last decade or so. Get ready for the 2-2. Swing and a miss for strike number 3. RC got her to go, and that will be the end of the top of the third inning. So despite allowing 1 run to score, Trinity kind of cleans it up quickly after that to only allow 1 run. And with Lewis and Clark leading at 3-0, we will see what Trinity is able to do with the bats in their hands whenever we come back on the Trinity Tiger Network.
of the third inning.
Welcome back, everybody, to the bottom of the third inning here with the Trinity Tigers playing the Lewis and Clark Pioneers. And the Pioneers have really been going exploring recently a lot. All of their games so far this season have been on the road, and this wasn't really due to a scheduling decision. This was due to a more practical decision. Lewis and Clark had some delays on a new softball field that they were working on, getting renovations very similar to what Trinity was doing a couple of summers ago, and had some delays in their field preparation, and so they only just got their first practice on their new field on Monday. So a very, very slow start on the road for Lewis and Clark, but hoping to speed it up here as they currently lead 3-0. This one hit over to third and a very quick out by Marina De La Luna. And that'll be the first out of the bottom of the third inning. And so now at number 9, we're going to look at Angela Baltzel. Baltzel, of course, sophomore out of Antioch, California. Former high school teammates with Lacey Margolin, also a sophomore. First pitch is going to be a ball for Baltzel. And Baltzel, the shortstop here today, batting .375, so she's done very good for herself so far this season. This one fouled back, almost directly back. If it weren't for the foul netting there, I think that we would have been kind of in trouble because we got the windows open. A gorgeous day for some action. 68 degrees, going to be a high of 80 later on today. This one in for a ball. Happy Sunday morning to everyone here from San Antonio, Texas. A very early start to this one. This one's not in, so going to be ball 3, and also definitely going to be wanting to swing here on 3-1. So getting ready here on the 3-1. Wind up in the delivery and manages to draw the walk. So Trinity once again keeping their walk total high. They're averaging 3.7 walks per game. And already they have managed to get 2 here in this one. So a very, very good start for them on the season so far. And the other player who walked, the first walk of the game, came in the first plate appearance of this woman at the plate right now, Samantha Tagawa. Tagawa walked in the first, managed to get over to third before the inning was over. Trinity unable to drive her home as Pope winds up and delivers. A bit too low there for ball number 2. It's been a pretty busy week for Trinity Athletics, of course. Had playoff basketball over the last couple of days. Trinity men falling in the first round. That one in a close game to the University of Texas Dallas Comets. And then yesterday, the women falling on the road in Abilene, Texas against Hardin-Simmons in the second round after defeating the University of Mary Hardin-Baylor 70-75. Pope checking her wrist once again and getting ready for the 2-0 as Tagawa fouls this one off. Mentioned University of Texas Dallas. Of course, if you also follow tennis, you will be seeing them later on today as well, as their women will be going over to the tennis courts just behind us, just next door to the softball field. This one going to be in for a strike, so going to even the count up at 2-2. Tagawa again leads the team in terms of walks so far this season. She takes very long, very calculated at-bats. 11 RBIs so far this season as well, so she knows how to swing. She knows how to be patient. She's been great so far in her freshman season. Got, of course, the walk-off triple against Concordia in the first game of the season, and it's a freshman duo between her and Hannah Boudreau, who have been fantastic so far in their first season. This one hit over into left, and it's going to be a quick pop out over to Scroggins. He's able to move over just in time, and that will be the second out of the inning. Sydney Watson coming up next, the junior out of San Antonio, Texas, and the center fielder, batting .235 so far this season. Watson had a bunt in, sorry, didn't have a bunt, but Watson had a ground out in her first plate appearance. Hit it over to third, and on the throw, Tagawa moved over to third. And that went during the first inning, and Baltzell's going to take off with it. Baltzell slides, and the throw's not going to be in time, so Baltzell will take her stolen base. This is a team that's really starting to steal bases a lot more so far this season, as that'll be Baltzell's fifth attempt and fifth steal of the season so far. This one's hit over into left and foul. Coach Cortinas having to scramble out of the way of that one. Of course, don't want to get hit by a ball here in this one, especially whenever you got a second game coming up at about 11 o'clock. So that one set to start in about an hour. Of course, it all depends on how quickly this one goes, and the games last weekend ended up not getting started until about, or game number 2 didn't end up getting started until, I want to say, about an hour and a half after it was originally scheduled to, after game number 1 went just about 3 hours. This one outside for ball number 3, so count moves to full. And the long game 1 is probably what allowed Trinity to win that game number 2, actually, because the sunset going down at about 4:35. As this one is hit over into left, and that will be the end of the third inning. So Trinity remains scoreless here, also remains hitless. They do have a couple of walks to their name so far, but unable to get any runners to come home. As Lewis and Clark going to be up next to bat. We will see what they can do here heading into the top of the 4th here on the Trinity Tiger Network. Welcome back, everybody, to Trinity University. The Trinity Tigers hosting the Lewis and Clark Pioneers. As we're getting a look at Pioneers catcher Mari Alvarez. Alvarez, the senior out of Fremont, California, .294 average so far this season, and also earned a couple of conference honors as well last season. Takes pitch 1 for a ball, and takes pitch 2 for a ball as well to make it 2-0. Archie so far this game in her 3 innings of work has allowed 2 hits, 3 runs, and have scored all of them earned. However, does have 3 strikeouts as well, so continuing a good season for her in that category. She gets ready for the 2-0. Just a bit outside for ball number 3. Looked okay from this position, but of course umpires have a much better view than we do up here in the Mabry Pavilion. This one in for a strike. So instead of getting the free pass, Alvarez going to be setting up here on the 3-1. Definitely a hitter's count. Arcee going to have to be careful here. This one swung on and popped up. De La Luna moving over, and De La Luna going to be able to get the grab for the first out of the top of the 4th. Coming up next is going to be number 9, actually, as we get a pinch hitter. Instead of Marjolin, it's going to be Samantha Gildersleeve, senior out of Vacaville, California. I was just going to make a little note of that. Gildersleeve going to move into the 6th spot here. Gildersleeve, senior out of Vacaville, California, batting .556 on the season so far. Actually leads the team in that category. Only has 9 at-bats and went 0 for 1 with a walk at Shriner yesterday. So 2 plate appearances, 1 of them being a walk and 1 of them being an out. Let's see what she can do here on the 1-0. Ends up taking it, and for sure it's going to be 1-1. Arcee getting ready. Wind up and the delivery swung on and pushed foul to the left side. Again, a busy weekend of action. Of course, Trinity Baseball hosting a multi-game series against the University of Whitewater. Had the track meet yesterday, had playoff basketball, and now softball. As this one's in the dirt about 3 feet in front of Gildersleeve there. So that one just slipped out of Arcee's fingertips and moves the count tied to 2-2. No runners on here, top of the 4th. 1 out here for the Pioneers. Arcee the wind and the delivery. And count moves to full now. 4-3-2. Gildersleeve so far this season does have a walk as well. That walk coming yesterday. As the wind and the delivery is going to be outside for ball number 4. So Arcee delivers her 2nd walk of the day. Already 74 pitches for the sophomore. She's had a very, very long day so far, and it's only the top of the 4th, so likely to be seeing a pitching change. Not coming here, but definitely going to be coming later in the game, most likely, as we do still have another game after this one. Of course, pitch count not as big an issue here in softball as it is in baseball, but you still want to try and limit pitcher or still want to try and limit pitch count as much as possible. And 74 pitches, you really, really want to avoid long days like this. This one, runner goes and throws, not going to be in time. So Gildersleeve able to get the steal. It's going to be actually her first steal and first steal attempt of the season. So all ones on the top row of the scoreboard. 1 ball, 1 strike, and 1 out. Here in the top of the 4th. Tried to check her swing, ended up bunting it, and throw is going to be in time. And they're going to call interference. there's some discussion going on right now, but I think they're going to call interference because Gildersleeve was moving over. Baltzell had to stop. Well, they pointed to... So... Interesting play there. So they called Gildersleeve out, but they're going to allow...
Now batting at third base, number 18, McKenna Zender.
So they're going to allow Yamashita to go to first, even though the throw was in time. Because of the interference, Gildersleeve will be out at third due to interference, and Yamashita will move over to first. So an interesting chain of events there as the Pioneers keep a runner on, but that runner moves 60 feet back. As now we're going to get a look at Zender. This one hit over into left field. Del Toro going back to the track and able to get it. And that'll be the end of the top of the fourth. Zender once again sending a hit deep into left.
Top of the fourth inning.
And that'll be the end of the top of the fourth inning. So a bit of confusion in regards to the interference call, but it ends up being a non-factor as it's a long fly out to Del Toro. And we will see what the Trinity Tigers are able to do whenever we come back on the Trinity Tiger Network. Welcome back, everybody, to the Trinity Tiger Network. My name is Caleb Reed here from San Antonio, Texas, and a great day for some softball and a great day for Hannah Boudreau, who's hoping to get her first base knock of the day. Struck out earlier, but Boudreau still running on a high after yesterday's game, that one going into extra innings. And Boudreau getting the walk-off hit to win it for Trinity. 14-13 the final in that one, sounding more like a football score than anything else. As Trinity's found themselves in quite a few high-scoring games, not just in softball, but also in baseball. Of course, Trinity going viral earlier last week, actually last weekend, 8 days ago on the dot. This one's going to be fouled off. Trinity baseball going, actually just randomly found it on the internet, wasn't searching for it, wasn't nothing, and just popped up on my feed as Trinity baseball winning a 15-16 game. We're scoring 10 runs in the eighth. This one is hit into the gap in the outfield. Boudreau's going to turn first, and she's going to go for second. Throw is cut off and not going to be in time. So Hannah Boudreau, she leads the team in terms of doubles, and she gets another one here. As now Jordan Arce going to be coming up at bat. Arce leads the team in terms of home runs, also leads the team in terms of OPS, and went 0 for 3 yesterday up in Georgetown against George Fox. Did have 2 walks, though, and one of those walks bringing in an RBI. as this one's going to be a bunt back to the pitcher, and throw's not going to be in time.
Base hit for Jordan Arce.
And so what was intended to be a sacrifice play there ends up being an infield hit that also advances Boudreaux
First base, number
up
24,
to third,
Jordan Williams.
as it was Charlie's Pope, the one who was unable to get the throw off, or at least unable to get the throw off strong enough. Overhand always maybe a little bit more difficult for these pitchers who aren't used to throwing it that way. They're definitely more used to throwing it underhanded. As Arcee's going to go, she's going to slide, and she's going to be in time. The cutoff there by Patton, who he was anticipating Boudreaux to make a run for, but instead Arcee, who led the team in terms of stolen bases and stolen base attempts heading into this one, extends her lead in that category. As Williams going to hit this one over to first, going to get the tag, and runner will not move. Boudreaux had to move back from it. And so, heads up play there by Yamashita. And we'll get a look at Hayden Del Toro, the sophomore out of Cypress, Texas, who has a pretty good career so far, I'd say. Of course, last season had a great freshman campaign as his first pitch is in for a strike. Trinity comes into this one with a 7-4 record, 5-3 so far at home. Split both series last weekend, 1-1 against Hardin-Simmons and McMurray. This one hit directly back over to third. Boudreaux is in time, but the throw is over the head of Yamashita. Del Toro is going to stay at first. Arcee's going to move over to third, and the runner will score on the error. And so that will be the first run of the day for the Trinity Tigers as they take advantage of an error made by Lewis and Clark. So Peyton Bowser going to be coming up to bat next. Bowser Jr. out of Arvada, California. 214 average for her this season. Batted 250 last season, so a bit under her mark, but of course has had limited appearances. And getting ready for the 1-0. This one is hit through the gap between second and third, and a runner will score. So Arcee moves from third to third to home, as Bowser going to get an RBI as well. And this game already back in it, as the score is 3-2 with only one out. Marina De La Luna coming up to bat now. Of course, De La Luna, the senior, we know what she can do with the bat in her hands. It's not kind of a slow start to the season so far, but boy, what a time would it be if she was able to get it started here. First pitch in for a strike to make it 0-1. So 0-1 coming up here with one out. Wind up by Pope is going to miss the mark, so count evens up at 1-1. Runners on first and second. Del Toro at second. Bowser at first. And Pope with the windup and the delivery. In for a strike, so De La Luna looking at a 1-2 here. So far this season, she's kind of bounced around the lineups a time or two. Batting right at 100, a very, very low mark for her this season. This one is hit over into right, going back, and what a snag by the right fielder, Gildersleeve. And the tag is going to be delivered in time as Bowser was unable to get back to first. She slipped going back, tried to reach, and was unable to. We're going to get a look at the replay here. As you can see, De La Luna with that great hit, but what a play by Gildersleeve as Bowser thought that one was going to be gone and tried to go back and just unable to get there in time. So Bowser didn't tag up there, and that'll be the end of the bottom of the 4th inning. So Trinity scores 2, unable to get anything else. 2 runners left on, but still a great inning for the Trinity Tigers as we get ready for the top of the 5th here from San Antonio. Getting ready for the top of the 5th inning here, as we're going to get a look at the final batter of the batting order for these Lewis and Clark Pioneers, Melissa Huka. Huka, the senior out of Cupertino, California. 4 games played so far this season, 286 average for, 1 for 3 at Shriner yesterday over in Kerrville. 1 hit, 1 run. This pitch in for a strike. And going to make it 1-1 here. RC in her 4 innings of work, 2 hits allowed, 3 runs allowed, all of them earned, with 3 walks as well. So 3 for 3 on walks and strikeouts. Listen outside for ball number 2. Trinity finds themselves down here in the top of the 5th inning, and will be down as they start the bottom of the 5th inning, but this is a team that does not go down easily. And it's really a program that doesn't go down easily, as this one is past Tagawa, so going to be a base hit here. Huka does not go for extras, as we're going to move over to the top of the order here. And we're going to get another look at Gina Ozuna. Ozuna grounded out in her first plate appearance, but then got a double, which turned into a run in the 3rd inning. And we'll see what RC dials up here on the 0-0. This one outside for ball number 1. Wind's starting to pick up a little bit here as we get into the late morning. 10:15 a.m. here in San Antonio, Texas. This one swung on over to Balto. Balto's going to step on second. Double play! Fantastic play by the Trinity Tigers defense to be able to get that one. As we're going to get the replay of, actually, that's going to be the base hit replay that put Huka on base, but ended up wiping it out just a short time later. As after having a runner on and no outs, no runners on and 2 outs. This one popped over. Del Toro moving over and going to be able to get the pop fly. And so as we get the replay here of the double play, you got to look at Balto, quick step over on the bag, and then a great throw over to Jordan Williams, who laid out for that one. And we're going to go to the bottom of the 5th here. Trinity hoping to carry that momentum, hoping to carry that momentum over now with the bats in their hands. Welcome back, everybody, to Trinity University. As get ready for the bottom of the fifth inning. Angela Baltzel going to be getting this one started. Baltzel walked in her first plate appearance of the game. Ended up also stealing second as well before the third inning came to a close. Ready here on the 1-0. Ball outside, so gonna make it 2-0 here. Charlize Pope so far this game, 4 innings of work and 3 hits allowed, 2 runs, one of them being earned. This one in for a strike. So from 2-0 now to 2-1. That's 2 walks, also 3 strikeouts. One of those 3 hits that she has allowed was a double. Wind up and swung on kind of a protection swing there by Baltzel. So that was a rocket going over to the Trinity dugout. And very fortunate for the foul netting there. Of course, softball playing on a smaller field than baseball, you really need that kind of protective netting there, because even though there isn't as much exit velocity, there is still a lot of it on there, as you could see right there. Ball outside, so it's going to be a 3-2 count. Count is now full. Pope going to see what she can do here. Wind up in the delivery, swung on and foul. Trinity dugout starting to get a little bit loud as they're trying to hype Baltzel up. Baltzel got the party started to end the McMurray game, game number 2. As this one is going to be popped up to left, moving over is Scroggins, and Scroggins able to get the first out of this bottom of the fifth inning. So moving over now to the top of the order, Samantha Tagawa, the freshman out of Agoura Hills, California. 0 for 1 so far on the day, flew out in her second plate appearance. Her first plate appearance was a walk that moved over to third before the first inning came to a close. Just 1 at bat, 1 walk for her on the day. This one is too low for a ball. Tagawa, of course, well known for her work in game number 1 of the season against Concordia. Hit the go-ahead triple to eventually win it for Trinity. But she's just one half of a fantastic freshman duo between herself and Hannah Boudreau. This one is also going to be a ball, so 3-0 count coming up. Both of the freshmen, Boudreau and Tagawa, have not only appeared in every game so far this season, but they've also both gotten walk-offs. As this one's going to be in for a strike. Boudreau, of course, getting the walk-off yesterday, and Tagawa got the walk-off against Hardin Simmons in the first game of that series. This one is swung on, hit over to the left. Scroggins moving over, and Scroggins going to be able to get the second out of the bottom of the fifth. So next coming up is going to be Sydney Watson, the center fielder and junior out of San Antonio, Texas. 235 average for her so far this season, 0 for 2 on the day. She grounded out and then flew out. And that fly out going to Scroggins. So Scroggins had a pretty eventful day so far, defensive-wise at least. First pitch for a ball. Watson so far this year does have 5 walks to her name. Could make it 6 here. We're still very early to be talking about that. That one's hit foul. Looked good off the bat, but just went a bit too far to the left there. If it had dropped on that foul line, that could have been an easy double because we know the speed that she has. Does also have 4 steal attempts, 4 stolen bases to her name so far this year as well. 1-1, swung and foul tip back. Wind starting to blow in from center field. So that wind's going to be blowing in from roughly the northeast, I'd say. As this one is going to be popped up. Everybody moving over and going to be caught for the final out of the inning. Looks like that catch was made by Patton, the shortstop. And that'll be the end of the 5th inning. So Trinity unable to continue their momentum from the bottom of the 4th. We'll see if they can hold Lewis and Clark off the boards as we go into the top of the 6th here from San Antonio, Texas. Welcome back, everybody, to San Antonio, Texas and Trinity University as we get ready for the top of the 6th here. His first pitch by Patton, who made the play over in foul territory to end the bottom of the 5th. First pitch going to be foul, so on 1 count coming up for RC, who winds and delivers outside for ball number 1. RC so far today during her first 5 innings of work, 3 hits allowed, 3 runs allowed. In fact, all 3s in every single category. This one going to be a bunt laid down in fair territory. Throw is in time. Fantastic play by Peyton Bowser there, able to get the ball around the advancing Patton. And that will be the first out here of the top of the 6th inning.
Number 4, Harper Campanella.
So Harper Campanella coming up next to bat. Campanella, freshman out of Boise, Idaho, the designated hitter for today. Batting .318 on the season so far, .757 OPS. Popped out and then struck out in her first 2 plate appearances. That pop out coming in the 2nd and that strikeout coming in the 3rd. So again, all 3s on the stat sheet for RC so far. As this one is hit over into left. Del Toro moving back to the track, to the wall. It's gone. Harper Campanella getting her first home run of the season and her first home run of her collegiate career. As that will extend the lead out to 4-2. Lewis and Clark taking the lead as she's going to wear the cowboy hat heading back to the dugout. And the entire team going out to celebrate that with her. And Lewis and Clark extending their lead here. And Jordan Arcee hoping to stay in this one. This one in for a strike. So I was saying all threes, make it mostly fours, as 4 hits, 4 runs, 4 earned runs. Also has gone 3 for 3 in terms of walks and strikeouts. So outside for ball number 1, count moves back to even. Let's see what Arcee dials up here on the 1-1-1. A bit too high for ball number 2. Player at the plate right now is Mari Alvarez. Alvarez, senior out of Fremont, California, the catcher for this game. 6 games played, 294 batting average for on the season. 2-1 here by Arcee. Swung over to De La Luna at third. De La Luna throw over to Williams is in time to get the second out here at the bottom of the 6th inning, but I'm seeing some movement coming in from the Trinity bullpen.
Next up, the right fielder, number 9.
Not sure if we'll be seeing a substitution here during the top of 6th or whether or not Coach Whitnauer will be waiting until the 7th. But either way, a great way to extend the lead here for the Pioneers. De La Luna moves over and going to get this one in foul territory, so no play at first will be made. Arcee so far this season has done relatively well at limiting extra base hits, only 8 coming into this game allowed. As this pitch is in for a strike, make it 0-2. So after allowing the home run, Arcee hoping to prevent further damage here as she delivers on the 0-2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3, dropped his 3rd strike. Throw is over and in time. And that'll be the end of the top of the 6th inning. So Lewis and Clark able to do the damage that they needed.
In the 6th inning, 1 run on 1 hit. There were no errors.
And we will see
heading to the bottom of the 6th.
what
Lewis and Clark 4, Trinity 2.
Trinity University is able to do here as they will return in the bottom of the 6th. We'll be back in just a moment here on the Trinity Tiger Network. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to Trinity University here in San Antonio, Texas, as we're getting another look at Hannah Boudreau. The freshman, of course, out of Pearland. Sometimes the Texas accent can be a little bit difficult, but it's Pearland, not Perryland. 2 very different towns here in Texas. Boudreau gets ready for the 1-1. Boudreau, of course, the hero yesterday with that walk-off base hit. Trinity does love their walk-offs. They've had 3 of them so far this season. And their last 3 straight wins have all been via the walk-off. Check's swing appeal is called no swing, so count moves to 3-1. Definitely a hitter's count here for Boudreaux. Charlie's Pope checks the wrist, swing and foul. And that actually hit a ball that was on top of the Lewis and Clark dugout roof there. So 3-2 coming up for Boudreaux, swing and foul. This is a Trinity team that is never out of it, and it's really a Trinity program that's never out of it. Of course, they're 3-0 so far this season in extra innings, and 4 of their 7 wins have come in the final inning of play. Boudreaux, swing and foul. In extra innings as well, is a team that does not stop fighting. They're 6-1 since 2020 in extra inning games. Swing and foul once again. The only loss came not last season, a season where Trinity definitely struggled in the win column, but not a lot of games went to extra innings last year. A lot of games were run ruled, but not a lot went into extras. The last time that Trinity lost an extra inning game, April 30th, 2022, against then number 3 ranked TLU. This one in for strike 3. So Boudreaux goes down 2 strikeouts on the day for her. And Charlize Pope going to get her 4th of the game. So next is going to be the pitcher Jordan Arce. Arce comes in this one 1-2 on the day. Had a strikeout in the first and then had a single that eventually ended up taking her all the way home in the 4th. All of Trinity runs, all of Trinity's runs coming in the 4th so far. A 2-run bottom of the 4th inning, and that's all that Trinity's been able to get so far as they trail 4-2 here. Pope, the windup in the delivery, in for a strike. And so 0-2 coming up here for Jordan Arce. Really wanted to avoid that 2nd strikeout and the 5th strikeout of the day for Pope. Arce leads the team, of course, in OPS and home runs, but she also does have a double and 10 RBIs as well. This one popped up and gonna be fouled back off the concrete part of the fan seating here at the softball field at Trinity University. Pope once again checking her wrist. Now the wind and the swing. This one fouled back once again. So with 0-2 coming up here, bottom of the 6th, 0-2, 1 out. Pope, the wind and the delivery, way too far outside. Almost got away there from Alvarez. But instead, able to hang on to it. It wouldn't have done too much or even if she had dropped it because, of course, no runners on. With the 1-2, swing and foul tip back once again. Trinity really getting into some long at-bats here. Of course, one that stands out was during Game 1 against McMurray in that doubleheader last week, which ended up being like a 14-15 pitch at-bat by Hayden Del Toro. And then earlier today, of course, a very, very, very long at-bat by, I believe that was Hookah in her first at-bat of the day. 2-2 count coming up for Pope. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Arce goes down. And so that'll be the 2nd out here of the bottom of the 6th. And
Number 24, Jordan Williams.
Coming up is going to be Jordan Williams in the 5-hole spot. Williams. Of course, a senior who we know she can swing. Batting .286 so far this season. In for a strike. Williams so far today, strikeout and ground out. That ground out coming in the fourth as she tried to advance a runner, but ended up being tagged out instead. Williams ready on the 0-1 swing. It's through the glove of through the glove of first base, and that'll be. I'm not sure they're going to count that as an error. They are going to count that as a hit. As
next up, the left fielder, number 1, Hayden.
It was just out of reach of the glove, ended up bouncing off of it. And we're going to get a look at Hayden Del Toro here. Del Toro, the sophomore out of Cypress, Texas, who's gone 0 for 2 so far today. Popped out in the second and then reached on a throwing error in the fourth. Thought about the swing, does not take. It probably should have there. It's in for a strike, 0-1. Pretty cloudy morning here in San Antonio, but temperature is starting to warm up. Already 69 degrees here in the Alamo City. 1-1 count coming up. Doesn't look like we have any weather necessarily on the horizon. No rain, no precipitation, anything like that. Just nice and cloudy. This one, a towering foul ball. This one's going to go into the tree branches and bounce off the top of the tennis, or bounce off the top of the awning near the tennis court seating. And Del Toro getting ready here for the 1-2. Pope the delivery. Outside, ball 2, count. Moves back to even. Trinity has, of course, walked it off in back-to-back games and hoping for some late inning magic here. It's the line in the delivery. This one is hit directly back to the shortstop, Patton. And that'll be the end of the bottom of the 6th inning. Trinity unable to get anything going. And so now we're going to go into the top of potentially the final inning with Lewis and Clark leading 4-2 and getting ready to head up to bat whenever we come back on the Trinity Tiger Network. Welcome back, everybody, to Trinity University. As getting a look at a pinch hitter here. This one is hit well into center field. Sydney Watson going back and able to get it. As that was McKenna Dare, the freshman out of Reno, Nevada. Apologies, Cole. I know that you always get annoyed whenever I call it Nevada. It's in Nevada. It's interchangeable in my opinion, but apparently people from that area get a little bit testy whenever you call the name that they don't prefer. Swing and a foul tip for strike number 1 here. 4. It's going to be Zender. McKenna Zender, sophomore out of Huntington Beach, California, hit a 2 RBI double to get the action started here for Lewis and Clark. That double coming in the second just hit off the top of the wall there, and then had a very, very, very deep fly out to Hayden Del Toro, who had to go about 2 feet off the back of, or 2 feet off the front of the wall to be able to get that one. So we know what Zender can do here. She does have power. Already 1 home run allowed by Trinity so far today, hoping not to make it 2. Fouled over to the left-hand side. Zender so far this season has definitely had a great campaign for 176, so far from the best batting average, but does have a triple, and she's definitely more of a power bat than anything else. Bring her to players who are more well-known for Trinity viewers. I'd say she's kind of a little bit like Marina de la Luna. Not the best batting average in the world, but whenever she does make contact with it, she can send it out of the park if she wants to. Here on the 2-2. Swung on, popped up, and going to go directly over to Williams at first for the second out of this top of the 7th inning.
How about in the center fielder, number 6, Alyssa Huka.
Alyssa Huka coming up next. Huka's senior out of Cupertino, California. The center fielder for today's game. 286 batting average coming into this one. Only played in the first game against Schreiner. Went 1 for 3 during that one with 1 run coming off for a 1 hit. This one's popped up, and Arzi with a fantastic play to end the top of the 7th. So now Trinity going to talk it over and figure out what they want to do here is the 7, 8, and 9 hole hitters coming up for Trinity University here in the final inning of play. Down 4-2. We'll see if we can get 3 straight walk-offs or if it'll end up being a Lewis and Clark win. Or who knows, we could even go to extras. We'll see whenever we come back here on the Trinity Tiger Network. Welcome back, everybody, to Trinity University here. Trinity Tigers find themselves trailing 4-2 in the bottom of the 7th as Peyton Bowser up to bat now. Trinity hoping for another classic finish here, as their last 2 games have been. Bowser grounded out in the bottom of the 2nd and then got a hit in the 4th. That hit bringing in a run. Bowser, this hit going into the outfield, moving over, is going to be able to be Huka, who gets it in time. Huka using that speed to her advantage. And that'll be the quick first out of the inning. Yamashita is back into this game. Yamashita was subbed out for a pinch hitter. As we're going to get a look at Marina de la Luna here. De la Luna, of course, very well-known program leader for Trinity all-time in terms of career home runs. Hasn't been able to get one this season, but the 5'9" senior hoping for something here. 2-0 count coming up here for De La Luna. windup and the delivery is outside for ball number 3. De Luna listed at 5'9" on the Trinity roster. So that one's in for a strike. Listed at 5'9" on the roster. I think that one might be incorrect, because she definitely towers over a lot of the other players here. Not just for Lewis and Clark, but also on the Trinity team. This one hit into the gap between third and short. And so that will be a base hit for Marina De La Luna. And hoping to get the party started here is Angela Baltzel will be coming up to bat. We're going to get a pinch runner coming in. We'll have to wait and see who that is. And yes, it is going to be Ella Whitaker. Whitaker, the freshman who's definitely taken a lot more pinch running roles this season. She has speed, and she can definitely use it here.
For Trinity, number 6, Ella Whitaker.
Whitaker, the freshman out of Roanoke, Texas. Listed as a utility player, and De La Luna's day most likely done. Or De La Luna's first game of the day, rather, I should say. Don't know. Don't know what the starting order will be in game number 2. Whitaker thought about going, does not, as Baltzel takes a pitch 1 for a ball. Baltzel got the party started against McMurray to end game number 2 as she got hit by a pitch, and that set off a very long string of Trinity base runners. As Trinity came back from down 2-4 in the bottom of the 7th. Same score as we have here to eventually walk it off 5-4. See what they can do here on the 1-1. Swing and foul off the one of the poles supporting the foul netting. And 1-2 coming up once again. One-two count coming up here for Charlize Pope, who has been in since the start. Outside, Alvarez thought about the throw over to first, but does not. And that'll make it 2-2 here. Two-2-one, 2 balls, 2 strikes, and 1 outs. Also showing bunt, and now getting ready. Hits it over to third. Throw is over and in time. So that'll be the second out of the bottom of the 7th inning here. Meanwhile, the runner Whitaker moving over to second. As we're going to get a look here at Samantha Tagawa, 0 for 2 so far in the day. Has flown out to left in her last 2 plate appearances, and in her first plate appearance, got a walk, which moved her over to third. Looking at a defensive change now, and for the final, or for potentially the final at-bat of the game, we're going to get a look here at Maggie O'Leary, the sophomore out of Kennewick, Washington. And so we are going to take a quick little break while she gets warmed up. And we'll be back to see what she can do here in the bottom of the 7th. Welcome back, everybody, to San Antonio and Trinity University. Trinity finds themselves down 4-2 with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 7th inning. As up to bat now is Samantha Tagawa, the freshman out of Agora Hills. In for the Pioneers is Maggie O'Leary, the sophomore out of Kennewick, Washington, the righty. 0.61 ERA coming into this one. As that one is outside, or no, sorry, in for a ball. 2-1 record so far on the season. Picked up a win at Schreiner. And she pitched 6 1/3 innings of work. O'Leary with the windup. In for strike number 2. And Trinity potentially down to their final strike in the hands of Tagawa. 1-2 coming up for O'Leary. Checks her wrist and gets ready. The wind and the delivery too high for ball number 2. Count moves back to even. O'Leary 6 1/3 innings of work, allowed 5 hits during her performance at Schreiner. 2-2 count coming up for Tagawa. Popped up. This could do it. Moving over, and looks like Alvarez lost the ball there in the air, unable to get it. So after the foul, count remains at 2-2, and Trinity stays alive. As you can hear some action going on over on 281, the state highway that goes by campus. Also connects over to I-35 as well. We get ready for the all-2 count. This one hit over to second, over the glove of the second baseman. Whitaker's going to come in to score as Tagawa going to get a clutch RBI base hit to make this a 4-3 ball game. That one went over the head there of Ozuna. Ozuna just unable to get it there, just a bit too tall. And we will see what Sydney Watson is able to do with the bat in her hands. Watson at Watson, I guess, versus George Fox, went 2 for 4. 3 runs on her 2 hits. The delivery is not in the zone for ball number 1. Tagawa at first. Tagawa does have 4 stolen bases, has been caught stealing once. So we'll see if she's able to do anything here. 1-0 count coming up for Watson. Pope, the wind and the delivery. Swung on, popped up, going back over, and that will be the ball game. So Trinity closed it up just a little bit there in the bottom of the 7th, but unable to complete the job. As Lewis and Clark College takes the first game of this doubleheader series against Trinity University. 4-3 your final score here from San Antonio, Texas. A fantastic game played by both sides, and that home run really proved to be the difference there, as without it would have ended up being a tie game, could have maybe gone to extras. But either way, a fantastic, fantastic game played by the Lewis and Clark Pioneers. It's going to be a definite win, credited to Charlize Pope, who went 6 2/3 innings. She moves to 2-0 on the season so far this year. Loss going to be credited to Jordan Arce, who went all 7 innings. Arce going to be getting her second loss of the season. Still at 5-2 on the year, though, so very impressive year for her. And we will see what Trinity is able to do in game number 2 of this doubleheader series. Make sure not to go anywhere. Unlike baseball or basketball or anything like that, we do not change streams. You just keep the stream running all throughout, so you get a nice uninterrupted doubleheader, both for the live streams and also if you decide to watch it back later. And so make sure not to go anywhere, as we'll be right back here on the Trinity Tiger Network. Thank you all for watching, if this was your one and only game of the afternoon. But I sure hope that you stick around for game number 2, because if game number 1 was anything to go off of, we could be looking at a thrilling matchup here as we get into the late morning, early afternoon game. Expected to start in about 30 minutes or so. My name has been Caleb Reed. Thank you for watching the Tiger Network, and we will be back in just about half an hour or so for game number 2 of Trinity versus Lewis and Clark. Welcome back, everybody, to Trinity University and the Trinity Tiger Network. My name is Caleb Reed as we get ready for the second part of this two-game doubleheader. And starting off is going to be Gina Ozuna, the second baseman who was playing second base during game number one. Game number one, a 4-3 victory for the visiting Lewis and Clark Pioneers. First pitch is outside for a ball. In the circle for Trinity is the freshman Cameron Bishop, the freshman out of Austin, Texas. The lefty who did absolutely fantastic in her debut and has since kind of settled into a starter role, as that is a big power swing for strike number two. No, sorry, strike one. Oh, sorry, strike number two. It's ready on the 0-2. Wind up and the swing and a miss, strike three. Ozuna goes down 1, 2, 3 pitches. And that's something that Bishop has in her arsenal. The lefty, she's got a great riser there and showed it on that pitch.
Number 33, Madison Scroggins.
Lewis and Clark does not have a lefty on their roster, and so they don't see lefty action that much. And that's one of the advantages that Trinity has, not only during game number two, but just during the game overall. Swing and foul tip back there by the second hole hitter, Scroggins. Defensive lineup has changed slightly for Trinity between games number 1 and 2. Of course, RC no longer in the circle. She now moves over into right field. Also, Peyton Bowser moving over to third base to replace Marina De La Luna. Swing and foul tip back. Josephine Colawine, the pitcher, is actually over at first. Still have Baltzel and Tagawa at short and second, respectively. Outfield, besides RC, has remained the same with Del Toro in left, Watson in center. Bishop with the wind and the delivery. Too high there. So the riser even caught out Jordan Williams, who's moved over from first to catcher. And, of course, Cameron Bishop now in the circle for the Trinity Tigers. In terms of the batting order for Lewis and Clark, it has remained mostly the same. Gildersleeve has moved from 6th spot to 5th, as Hernan Alvarez has switched up. So we're going to foul tip back and remain 1-2. In addition, Zender has moved from 8 to 7. And instead of Yamashita at that spot, it is going to be Cami Restagno, sophomore out of Alameda, California, in the 8-hole spot. Hookah still at 9. Fouled back into the left, as it's just about middle of the day here. 11:20 first pitch for this game between these two sides. Very early action, all determined by the early action earlier this weekend, as this one is hit right back up the middle. Watson's going to pick it up and throw it into second, but early base hit there for Madison Scroggins, who came into this weekend, or came into this series, batting .333, and gets another one there. So now with one out, we're going to get another look at Emily Patton. Patton, the sophomore out of Peoria, Arizona. The shortstop, who has played 6 games, make that 7 games so far this season, .304 average coming into this doubleheader. First pitch is a ball for ball 1. Bishop so far this season has been very, very impressive. As a freshman, .385 average, of course. 120 whip, doesn't allow runners to get on very much. In her first appearance, in her first start as a Tiger, she had almost double the amounts of strikeouts that she had of runners allowed on base. That one was game number 2 of the doubleheader series against Howard Payne, which was moved here due to some inclement weather over in Brownwood. Bishop with the windup and the delivery.
Foul tip back once again. Patton choking up on the bat. Trying to just get the bat around at this point. Wanting to get this ball into play and advance Scroggins 60 feet over to second. In game number 1, Lewis and Clark didn't start off too hot. Both teams went 0 for 0 at the start of the game. But Lewis and Clark quickly made up for that by scoring 2 runs in the second. This one fouled fouled off to the right. Of course, those 2 runs being scored by McKenna Zender, who hit a very, very deep ball off the wall. Hit off the in the park. Bishop with the windup. This one's hit over to Bowser at third. Bowser throw over to first is in time, as that'll be the second out of the first inning. Looks like there was a little bit of contact there between Colawine and the runner Patton. But we're going to get a look now at Harbor Campanella, freshman out of Boise, Idaho, and Campanella earlier today. 1 for 3. That one hit bringing in a run, and that one hit being a solo homer. Also had a strikeout to your name, so kind of a mixed day there, but whenever you get your first collegiate home run, can't complain too much about what happened in the other 2 at-bats. Bishop getting ready with the windup and the delivery. This one's hit to Baltzel. Sliding play. Is she going to get it in time? No, she doesn't. Ball gets away from Colawine, and the runner's going to score on the throwing error. So as we figure out what as we figure out what's going to happen on the scoring side of things, we got to look at the replay there, and that ball just skipped away there from Colawine, who that's not her traditional position. Colawine, of course, listed as a pitcher. The freshman out of Reno, Nevada. Don't worry, Cole, I got it right this time. This first pitch is in for strike 1. Bishop getting the rosin on her fingers and now getting ready to go. Bishop getting ready, the windup and the delivery. Just a bit outside for ball number 1. Yes, ball number 1. Bishop wanting to get a good grip on the ball here. It's something that she kind of struggled with during the game against ETBU. That game seeing temperatures very, very low in the mid to high 40s. That is a swinging strike 2. Had some issues gripping the ball during that game against ETBU, and I've talked with Coach Wittenauer about it. She was talking about how Bishop had trouble feeling her fingertips, which is a real big issue for pitchers in particular, trying to generate spin on the ball. This one fouled over to the left side and out in the Trinity dugout. The Pioneers coming into this game hold a now hold a 4-3 record. All 7 of those games coming on the road, as that is a swinging strike 3 to end the top of the first inning. So 1 run scores there off of 2 hits and an error, and we will see what Trinity can do in response as we head into the bottom of the first inning. Going through the Trinity batting order, it is almost exactly the same. And in fact, it's pretty much the exact same. It's just in the 6th spot instead of, at the 6th spot, instead of Hayden Del Toro, it's going to be Josephine Colawine. Del Toro moving down to the 7th spot. So we're going to take a quick break here on the Trinity Tiger Network. Don't go anywhere, as Trinity coming up to bat whenever we come back. Welcome back, everybody, to Trinity University here on the Trinity Tiger Network. My name is Caleb Reed as we get a look here at Maggie O'Leary going up against Samantha Tagawa. O'Leary, the sophomore out of Kennewick, Washington. Tagawa, the freshman out of Agora Hills, California. In for strike. I'm going to even the count up here at 1-1. Tagawa, during game number 1, went 1 for 3. Also had a walk, and that one hit bringing in an RBI. Also had a stolen base to her credit as well. So far from the worst offensive performance, at least for her during the game. This one high for ball number 2. O'Leary, of course, came in for the final at-bat of game number 1 as a reliever, but at Schreiner, she had 6.1 innings of work. Wasn't the starter for that game, as Tallulah Sickles ended up going, or ended up being the starter in that one. Only went 2/3 of the first inning before getting pulled, and in those 2/3 allowed 5 hits and 3 runs. See if she comes in a relief appearance here as Tagawa's going to take a free base after the count was loaded. And once again, Tagawa getting on base. It's what she does so well, and it's actually how she started game number 1. So now here comes Sydney Watson. Getting a new rosin bag, looks like. And Sydney Watson moving up from her old 8-hole spot to now move to 9. Ball is dropped at first. That's going to be an error credited there to Alvarez. And so with all of the eyes focused on first, Tagawa's going to move over to second. So now runners on first and second for Trinity as we're seeing some conversations here between the umpires and Lewis and Clark head coach Shauna Cyrus. Shauna Cyrus has been with the team for quite a few years now. Former D1 softball player herself, and was an assistant coach over at Oregon State before coming to Lewis and Clark. So now with runners on to first and second, we'll see what Hannah Boudreau can do. Boudreau, the designated hitter for today's game, in the 3rd-hole spot. We'll see where O'Leary goes here. Throw over to third, not going to be in time as the fielder, that's Patton, cannot hang on to it. Defensively for Lewis and Clark, it has remained mostly the same with just one change, I believe. As now at third base is going to be Cami Restagno. Wind up and the throw. This one is popped up and foul. Off top of the foul netting. Just looking through the list here. And it does look to be very similar. Zender moving from her spot at third over to catcher. So 0-2 count coming up here for O'Leary. This one just a bit too far outside for Boudreau. Make it 1-2. In addition to Zender moving over, Madi Alvarez, who was the catcher, has now moved over to first. Restagno, of course, moving to third. This is going to be a ball for ball number 2. Marjolin, who was the right fielder, is not in for this game, at least not in the starting lineup. Ozuna still at second and Scroggin still in left. This one fouled over to left. And we will see where Lewis and Clark goes here. Maggie O'Leary, so far during her sophomore season, 0.61 ERA on the year. 14 2/3 innings pitched through her 4 appearances. Does have 1 start, so this will be her second start. Check swing appeal, and saying the Boudreaux did not swing, so count moves to full at 3-2. So, with 0 outs here, hoping for a pop off the bat. Wind up and the delivery. This one is popped off the bat. It's going to go into the outfield. 1 run's going to score. They're sending Watson home. Throw is in time. So only 1 run is going to be able to score. A fantastic throw in there by the right fielder, Samantha Gildersleeve, as we're going to get a replay of it there. The hit was perfectly placed by Hannah Boudreaux, and what a throw there by Gildersleeve. You can see the excitement there on, through the body language of everybody on that Lewis and Clark defensive side. But meanwhile, we're going to get a look at Jordan Arce now. Arce, of course, leads the team in terms of home runs hit and OPS and so many other statistical categories. Of course, the two-way player, pitcher and hitter. She's playing in right field today after getting the start in game number 1. Wind up and the delivery is not in. Check over to first, throw not in time. Boudreaux, not exactly known as being a stealer. In fact, she hasn't even attempted a steal so far this season. Maybe just trying to catch her off guard a little bit there. All 1s on the top row, 1-1. This one is popped foul, so 1-2. Arce during game number 1 did both pitch and bat. And in her batting performances, went 1 for 3. Also had a run, but had 2 strikeouts as well. And a stolen base. Wind up in the delivery. This one popped over to third, and did she get that? Yes, she did. A fantastic play by the right fielder, Restagno, as that'll be the second out of this bottom of the first inning.
Next up, the catcher, number 24, Jordan Williams.
Still 1 out available, or still 1 out here to go in the bottom of the first, so inning not over yet for Trinity. They can still do something here, and Jordan Williams, we know that she has some pop off the bat. Wind up by O'Leary, outside, ball 1. O'Leary during her sophomore season, so far, of course, only 4 appearances, but it's allowed 6 runs, only 1 of them earned, however. And has allowed 9 free passes, but also has 22 strikeouts, so she's been able to catch a lot of players out. Actually leads Lewis and Clark in that category. One of the hardest pitchers to hit on this Lewis and Clark roster. Swung foul for first strike at this count, 2-1. Curlise Pope started game number 1, went 6 2/3 innings before being pulled in the Bottom of the 7th for the final at-bat of the game, which O'Leary was the one to close out. This one's outside for ball 3. And we will see what will happen here for Jordan Williams. Hitters count for sure. And gonna be a walk, so 3-1 turns into another free pass. O'Leary already allowing 2 so far today. And now we're gonna get a look at Josephine Colawan, the freshman out of Reno, Nevada. Playing first base here today, of course. And we'll see what she can do with the bat in her hands. Colawan as a batter, batting .500 on the season. Only 2 at-bats, though. And this one outside for a ball. So there's a little bit of reworking on the scoreboard here. 0-1 count. So it was called as a strike, my bad. And that's going to be fouled off. So make it 0-2. Colawan definitely just wants to make contact here because with 2 runners on, you can get Del Toro to come up to bat. We know that Del Toro has a pretty good bat. Wind up in the delivery outside for ball 1. Colawan did not have any plate appearances against George Fox. And we'll see what she's able to do here on the 1-2. Wind up by O'Leary. This one's popped and foul. That was probably one of the more dangerous foul balls I think that we've seen in terms of our position. Looked pretty dangerous off the bat. Could maybe brush the top of the foul netting, although with the angle from the metal bars on top of this Mabry Pavilion, I think that we would have been safe. Wind up by O'Leary. This one is directly back towards O'Leary over to first, and that will be the end of the bottom of the first inning. So Trinity gets 2 on, but unable to bring them home. But damage done already is Trinity able to tie this one up 1-1 apiece here after after 1 inning. And we will be back as we go into the top of the second here on the Trinity Tiger Network. Score tied at 1-1 here from Trinity University in San Antonio, Texas. Welcome back to the Trinity Tiger Network. My name is Caleb Reed. As we get a look at this first pitch of the inning by Bishop, which is in for a strike. Bishop started her collegiate career with Trinity University. Her first ever start Game actually here on the Tiger Network in the first home series of the season against Howard Payne University. Howard Payne was intended to be the season opener for Trinity up in Brownwood, Texas, but weekday rains caused the natural grass field to be unplayable, and so the game was moved to here on a Tuesday night. Swing and foul tip strike for the 1-2. Bishop in her first career start, complete game shutout, first time since at least 2010 that Trinity pitcher has been able to do that in her first career start. Wind up in a delivery. And ball number 2. First time since Sydney Friday in 2010 that a freshman went a complete game shutout in her debut, and she did it in style, going a complete 7 innings with 11 strikeouts and under 5 hits allowed. Didn't even allow a walk. Full count coming up here for Bishop. Batter at the plate right now is Mari Alvarez. Alvarez, of course, a senior out of Fremont, California. Wind up and inside for ball 4. So that'll put Alvarez 60 feet over to the right over to the right at first. And we're going to get a look now at McKenna Zender in the 7th spot. Zender today is playing catcher. Played third base at the start of this series. We'll see what she's able to do here. Nothing. Hit over to Bowser. Bowser throw over to first is in time. So that'll be the first out here of the top of the second. Meanwhile, Alvarez moves over to second.
Next up at third base, number 21, Cami Ristagno.
And now we're going to get a look at, and now we're going to get a first look at Cami Ristagno, sophomore out of Alameda, California. On the 0-0. This one is hit right back to Samantha Tagawa, who turns around, tries and get it over to second base. Lewis and Clark located in Portland, Oregon.
Number 6, Alyssa Huka.
So a very long road trip for them. Of course, this road trip caused by some delays in the renovations that they've been planning over at their home stadium. They didn't even get to practice at home until Monday. They had their first practice at home on Monday, and in talking with Coach Shauna Cyrus, she said that it's been kind of a little bit of a unconventional start to the season, but her team has performed very well so far, going 4 for 3 in their first 7 games. Swinging strike 2. And so Bishop with the opportunity to send Huka packing here. Huka, the senior out of Cupertino, California. And where will Bishop go here? On the 0-2. This one foul tipped back, making the netting wave a little bit. The force of that impact. And now we're going to get a look once again at Cameron Bishop, moving the arm around, trying to stay warm. Sending that ball into her glove. Moving the fingers around, and now the wind up and the 0-2. Bit too high, going to make it 1-2. With the afternoon starting to come closer, it's about 1:52 in the morning here in San Antonio, Texas. Sorry, 11:52, not 1:52. That would have been a very, very long first game if we're just in the second inning here of game number 2 at almost 2 in the afternoon. That's going to be a swing and a miss for strike number 3.
For Lewis
Cameron Bishop able to collect her third strikeout of the day already here in the top of the second. She is really dealing it right now. And we'll see if Trinity can perhaps take the lead over the Lewis and Clark Pioneers whenever we come back on the Trinity Tiger Network. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to Trinity University. Hayden Del Toro leading off the bottom of the second here for Trinity University. First pitch is in for a strike to make it 0-1. Del Toro batting 7th here today overall. Sun has started to come out here as it finds a little patch in the cloud cover that we've had all morning. Might have been the delivery inside for ball 1. Wind also starting to pick up as well, just a little bit, here in San Antonio, as we're about 5 minutes away from noon here in the Alamo City. Windup in the delivery is a bit too high for ball number 2 here by Maggie O'Leary, sophomore out of Kennewick, Washington. Had 4 appearances so far this season. As that one nails Del Toro in the hip. She's going to take her free base. And actually they're going to say that Del Toro went around. And so not going to be a free hit by pitch. Instead, going to be called a strike. And of course, you can't lean into balls. I feel like that would have hit her anyways. 2-2 count coming up. This one's hit right back over to first, and it's going to be called foul. A couple of conflicting calls there as the first base umpire said that it was in play, but home plate said that it was foul. And once again, Del Toro staying alive here on the 2-2. Too high, and so count moves to full. Check swing appeal there does not go, and Del Toro staying alive on 3-2. Del Toro had a very, very long at-bat in the first game against McMurray. One of the big reasons why that game went 3 hours, as the wind and the hit foul. Del Toro had a 14 pitch at bat at one point. It was quite a very, very long game. Del Toro getting ready for the 3-2 once again. Too high, ball 4. So now Del Toro will take her free base. Took a little bit, but finally got there in the end. And Trinity continues their streak of lots of free passes. They love the walk. They've been very, very patient with the bats in their hands. Top 10 in the nation in terms of team walks per game. And they get another one there. Bowser swing and miss. Del Toro's steal of second is good. A great throw over by Zender there, but this is a very, very fast Trinity University team, and one that last season got a lot of steals. This season, looking to maybe try the same here.
Well, depends on how quick the pop time is sometimes. As Dwight in the delivery, Bowser going to lay down the bunt on the sacrifice. Throw is over and in time. But meanwhile, Hayden Del Toro going to move 60 feet over to third.
Batting third, the shortstop, number 2, Angela Baltzell.
And so now we're going to get a look at Angela Baltzell, sophomore out of Antioch, California. Also teammates with Lacey Marjolin, who is in the dugout for at least the start of this game. We may see her later on today. As we're going to get a look here at Baltzell taking ball number 1. Baltzell, during the first game, went 0 for 2, but did have a walk as well. So, in terms of getting on base, was 1 for 3. 1-0 count coming up. This one, once again, a ball. Baltzell so far this season, leading the team in runs. So has now 6 walks coming into this at-bat. Get ready on the 2-0. Wine and the delivery is in for a strike. Some very delayed strike calls here by the home plate official. But nonetheless, see what you can do here. Baltzell hits this one into the outfield. Going over is Gildersleeve. And now the throw at home is not in time. Hayden Del Toro. Great run over there. As Baltzell gets the sacrifice fly. And Trinity takes the lead here, 2-1 over the Lewis and Clark Pioneers. Getting a look at the replay there is it was Zender who wasn't able to hang on to the ball as well. So even though Del Toro was able to slide in before there was a tag applied, ball was not able to be hung on to. So now we're already back up to the top of the batting order. Samantha Tagawa coming back up to bat. She walked in her first plate appearance and scored a run as well. Of a very similar type strategy to what Del Toro was just able to do. Got an early walk, stole a base, advanced on a sacrifice hit, and then got brought home on a hit off the bat. This one too high here on the 0-2 to make it 0-2. Tagawa finds herself down early, and O'Leary, after coming into this game with a .61 ERA, finds herself struggling a little bit here as she's already allowed 2 in 2 innings. This one hit well by Tagawa, going out into right, moving back as Gildersleeve and able to get it just a couple of feet short of the warning track. And so that will mark the end of the second inning. Trinity able to get a run back and take the lead over the Lewis and Clark Pioneers. And we'll take a quick break here on the Trinity Tiger Network as we get ready for the top of the third here from San Antonio, Texas. Welcome back to Trinity University here in San Antonio, Texas. Gino Ozuna hits this first pitch over to Tagawa. Tagawa throw over is not going to be in time as Colwine loses the ball. Not sure they're going to credit that as a throwing error or a fielding error by Colwine. It's a throwing error. It's going to go against Tagawa. And Tagawa, during the game at at Southwestern against George Fox, ended up having an error to her credit as well. Actually, no error going to be applied. And said, we'll be able to base hit here for Ozuna. So Scroggins coming up to bat. Scroggins had a single in her first at bat. This one past the glove of Tagawa. Throw at second in time. Fantastic outfield play there by Jordan Arce. Over to Angela Baltzel just in time. As that'll be the first out of this top of the third inning. We're going to get the replay of it here. Ball went right past the outstretched glove of Tagawa, but no issues there for Arce as she throws it over. And a fantastic rocket of an arm by the sophomore out of Thousand Oaks, California. Bishop with the wind and the delivery. It is going to be a ball. Delivered out to Emily Patton. Patton, sophomore out of Peoria, Arizona. 304 batting average coming into this series, this doubleheader. And what will she be able to do here on the 1-0? This one hit between third and second, actually past the outstretched glove of Peyton Bowser. As Patton able to get another base hit here. 4 base hits so far on the day for Lewis and Clark. So now runners at first and second for Bishop, who gets ready to deliver to Harper Campanella, freshman out of Boise, Idaho, who had the home run in game number 1. Also had a single in her first plate appearance in the first. First pitch is for a ball here by Bishop, and already seeing a little bit of movement going on in the left field bullpen. See what happens here is Bishop with the windup and the delivery just a bit too far outside. Trinity coming into this game, of course, lost the earlier game against Lewis and Clark, so coming into this game at 7-5. This one hit over into right and foul. Coming into this game at 7-5 on the season, have split their last 3 series. Won 1 and lost 1 against ETBU, and then against Hardin Simmons and McMurray as well. And lost the opening game here, but we'll see if they can pull one back here. Currently leading 2-1. This one's hit into right. Runner still on first and second. Runner on second is Scroggins. Runner on first is Patton. Again, Harper Campanella up at bat right now. Hit the solo homer in game number 1. Bishop getting ready here on the 2-2. Getting the grip that she wants. The wind and the delivery, too high and outside, so count moves to full. Trinity so far has only used 2 pitchers today. The entirety of the Trinity pitching rotation was used, well, all but one of the pitchers in the Trinity rotation was used yesterday. As this one over to Baltzel is out at second, but no double play opportunity there. As that'll mark the second out. And the third base coach talking over with the next batter up, who is going to be number 9, Samantha Gildersleeve, the right fielder. 6 games played so far this season, batting .556 coming into this series. As we're going to get a brief little circle meeting here for the Trinity infield. Wind's starting to blow now, just a little bit, as we transition into the afternoon. Of course, first game of this doubleheader series. First pitch was at about 9 o'clock this morning, and it's already about, and it's just about 10 minutes past 12. And let's see what Samantha Gildersleeve can do here, senior out of Vacaville, California. On the 0-0 by Bishop. This one low, actually gets away there from Williams, but able to pick it up and not allow the runner to advance. One-0 coming up here for Bishop, looking back over at the dugout and trying to figure out where she wants to go, what she wants to do. Getting ready here, the windup and the delivery is high for ball number 2. Bishop so far today, 2 2/3 innings pitched, 4 hits allowed, only 1 run allowed, and that run was unearned. 1 walk allowed and 3 strikeouts, so definitely not a bad start to this game, but the runner's on the corners here with 2 outs. Really wants to avoid making this a tie ball game. This one swung and fouled back for first strike, gonna make it 2-1. Gildersleeve coming into this one, the dual infield outfield utility player. He's a team in both batting average and OPS. They get a knock here on the 2-1. Swing and a miss for strike number 2. As the count moves back to even at 2-2. Bishop really hoping to get a big strikeout here. This would be huge if she could get it. The lone lefty on this staff, the lone lefty in this game, gets ready for the 2-2. Swing and foul tipped back. So Gildersleeve remains alive here. Bishop, the lone lefty. Lewis and Clark does not have a left-handed pitcher in their rotation, and Bishop the only lefty for Trinity. And so once again on the 2-2, foul tip back once again. This is turning into once again another pretty long at bat. We saw it for Hookah in game number 1. Hookah having a very, very long at-bat herself. And what can Bishop do here on yet another 2-2? High, ball 3. So count moves to full yet again. This at-bat remains alive. And it's just something about these middle-of-the-order batters for Lewis and Clark able to draw out long at-bats. Where's Bishop going to go here on the 3-2? Checking her wrist, getting the grit that she wants. Twine and the delivery, swing and a miss, strike 3. Got her to go, and that will end the top of the 3rd inning here But Trinity is still leading 2-1. Runners got on the corners, but were unable to get home. And Trinity will get the bats back in their hands whenever we come back on the Trinity Tiger Network. Welcome back, everybody, to Trinity University as we get a look here at Sydney Watson. Watson, the center fielder, in the second spot. First pitch in for a strike, as looks like the pitch card there for Zender fell out. Wind up in the delivery. This one is fouled over to the left-hand side. Actually went over the foul netting and into the tree. The Trinity wearing their all whites today. White shirt, white pants with the maroon pinstripes. Maroon socks as well. Wind up in the delivery. This one's high. Ball one. Watson down on a 1-2 count, but don't count her out whenever she gets into dangerous positions like this. One of the hardest batters to strike out in NCAA Division III. Listed as number 7 in that category coming into this weekend. As this one is hit over to the left. Not entirely sure how they calculate that statistic, but it's a very interesting one nonetheless. So ready on the 1-2 once again. Wind in the delivery. This one is hit over to Restagno. Restagno throw over is in time to Mari Alvarez. And that will be the first out here of the bottom of the third inning. Next to the bat is going to be Hannah Boudreau. Boudreau, the designated player coming into this game. The dual catcher third base threat. And one half of the Tiger Twins here for Trinity University, the other half being Sydney Boudreau, who we saw last weekend against McMurray University. Wind up, and the pitch is far inside. Boudreau had to kind of move out of the way of that one just a little bit. And now set up 1-0. Boudreau earlier today got a RBI base hit. As one of the delivery is in for a strike. There's one thing that I would change about this game. I'd probably request maybe quicker strike ball calls, but other than that, pretty good game so far. Pretty good day for some softball action. This one popped up over the middle of the infield and dropped. A very difficult play there by the second baseman Ozuna, and I doubt that they're going to credit that as an error. They are going to credit that as a hit by Hannah Boudreau, as Ozuna went in sliding. O'Leary was in the area. If she had gone to try and field it, she definitely would have been able to get it, but instead, is going to bring up Jordan Arce here with A runner on and 1 out. This one is in for a strike. Jordan Arce coming into this one flew out in foul territory in the first inning, actually to end the first inning, as the wind and the delivery, swing and a miss. Throw back over to Boudreau, just a checker. And Lewis Clark definitely going to be a lot more wary of the Trinity stealing threat after not only the events of the doubleheader, but also after some of the earlier events today. 0-1 count coming up. O'Leary getting ready for the delivery. Outside, ball 1. Boudreau at first, definitely not a base running threat per se. Has not attempted any steals, has not stolen any bases. Arce getting ready here. Gonna foul this one off. Arce is definitely a base running threat. And she actually leads the team in stolen bases and stolen base attempts. So if she can get on base, expect some running. So an inside, ball 2. And so that'll even the count up, and Arce able to stay alive with some foul balls and draw a couple of walks. Doesn't chase a lot of the time. Trinity's been very smart in drawing some long at-bats. This one popped up over to left, caught by the third baseman, Restagno, as that'll be the second out here at the bottom of the third inning.
Now batting the catcher, number 24, Jordan Williams.
Coming next is going to be Jordan Williams, the senior out of Clayton, California, playing catcher here today. And coming up batting 286. Numbers very similar, just a little bit under her averages from last season in her junior campaign, 286 versus 298. And overall, not the worst season from Williams. Of course, she's transitioned defensively from solo first baseman to moving around a little bit between first and third when needed, due to the injuries, of course, to Abigail Miller, Dawson Debussy. There's some other big losses for this Trinity team. That's in for a strike 1. Williams so far today walked in her first plate appearance during the first. Wind up in the delivery. This one is hit well out to center field. A bit too high there, and that will be the end of the bottom of the third, as Hookah able to get a nice little outfield flyout.
No errors and 1 player left on base.
And that will be the end of the third inning overall. So we're going to go to the top of the fourth inning now, with Trinity still leading 2-1 over the Lewis and Clark Pioneers. And we'll see what the team from Portland, Oregon can do whenever we come back here on the Trinity Tiger Network. Welcome back, everybody, to Trinity University and the Trinity Tiger Network. My name is Caleb Reed, and it is a pleasure to be covering these games for you here from San Antonio, Texas. As Mari Alvarez takes first pitch for strike number 1. She walked in her first plate appearance, and it was the only walk of the day so far for Cameron Bishop. And we'll see what Alvarez is able to do here in the top of the 4th inning. 1-0 count, down 1-2. Swing and a miss, strike 2. And Alvarez coming into this game, it did have 1 strikeout coming into it. 1 walk as well. Bishop so far with 4 strikeouts here today. Wind and the delivery is high and outside for ball 1. Alvarez was an all-conference player last season. Of course, not a very local conference for Trinity, not a very common opponent, the Northwest Conference. As that is going to be a swing and a miss for strike number 3. Bishop collects her 5th on the day, and she's really lighting up these Pioneers right now. As Alvarez gets sent down, up is going to come Zender, who's 0 for 1 on the day with a ground out in the 2nd. Zender, the catcher today. During game number 1, Zender went 1 for 3. As this one is hit over into left field, El Toro moving over just a couple of steps, and that will be a very quick 2nd out to this top of the 4th inning. Coming up next after her is going to be Cami Restagno, the sophomore out of Alameda, California. Playing third base here today. Restagno, of course, did not appear in game number 1. Coming into this game and coming into this series, only 4 at-bats in her 2 appearances this season. This one outside for a ball. Restagno batting .250 on the season. 1,000 OPS. Which is very, very impressive after getting a double in her lone hit. This one hit over to left and fouled off. Yesterday against Schreiner, Restagno did have an appearance and had 1 run, had 2 walks, 1 run, and went 0 for 1 at the plate. This one in for a ball, and can make it a 2-1 count here. Sun's starting to come out. Could be a little bit difficult here for some of the players on the left-hand side and perhaps on the infield who are trying to make a behind-the-back play. 2-1 count coming up. Swing, and this one is past Bishop. Throw by Baltzel is in time, and that will be the end of the top of the 4th inning. Very quick inning by this Trinity Tigers defense and by Cameron Bishop to retire the side. And now we are going to head to the bottom of the 4th inning with Trinity up next and hoping to extend their lead whenever we come back.
Next up for Trinity is going to be the pitcher who is playing first base today, Josephine Colawine. Colawine so far today grounded out. This one is hit going into left, going back, and getting it at the beginning of the warning track is Scroggins. So a very, very quick, very deep fly out there. O'Leary still in this game. O'Leary so far today, 3 1/3 innings pitched, 2 hits, 2 runs, 2 earned runs, and 3 walks. Still hasn't gotten a strikeout yet, but in her 15 batters face, has thrown 64 pitches. Definitely not getting close to warning numbers, I'd say. As up comes Hayden Del Toro on the 0-0, going to be called a strike. So check your swing. Probably could have afforded to swing there. Del Toro walked in her first plate appearance in the 2nd inning. Was eventually brought in for a run. As this one's hit directly back over to O'Leary. O'Leary over to Alvarez. And that'll be the 2nd out of the inning. So Lewis and Clark getting through the Trinity order very quickly here.
Third at third base, number 21, Peyton Bowser.
As now we're going to get a look at Peyton Bowser coming up to the plate. Bowser this season, 8 appearances, 214 average coming into this series. Went 2 for 3 with a run against George Fox. Also had an RBI, as well as 2 walks. In for strike number 1. And we'll see what Bowser does here on the 0-1. This one, maybe a protection swing. That's a loud hit off of the top of the Trinity dugout. If you're wondering what the powder is, that kind of smoky powder that keeps on coming up from the catcher position every single, or almost every at-bat, it seems. It's actually a rosin bag that the catcher Zender has in her back pocket. I think she's using it to grip up her glove and help her grip the ball as she catches it. Wind up in the delivery on the 1-2 is outside for ball 2, kind of putting her hand on her chest, saying, "Hey, that's my bad." And you can see it, just Zender rubbing that rosin bag patch. It's on her pants. The windup outside, or no, sorry, inside for ball 3. And getting ready for the 3-2. Not sure if you can see it on the screen, but there's a little patch of rosin powder on the bag of Zender's pants there that she's just been moving that rosin bag in and out of. You can see it right there, just touching up the glove again. Make sure that she has plenty of grip on it. Doesn't want to drop a ball here, especially with a full count, which would result in a drop third strike if she did drop it. Wind up in the delivery. This one is hit over to third, and it's fair. Peyton Bowser going to stay at first as the throw is into second. And Bowser keeps this inning going for the Trinity University Tigers with a hit just past the outstretched glove of the third baseman. You can see it right there. And, you know, there isn't too much that you can do in a situation like that. That's just a very rough situation for Restagno to be in. And now we're going to get a look at Angela Balsell, who had a sac fly out in her first plate appearance in the 2nd inning. Did get an RBI on the sac fly, as that was a sac fly that saw Sydney Watson also go down. Watson went down sliding in, and this one in for a strike. Bowser diving back for the bag.
So getting ready for the 1-1 with 2 outs in the bottom of the 4th inning. Checking her wrist once again. O'Leary with the delivery. This one fouled off to the left. Hits off one of the poles supporting the foul netting, and he had a pretty good sound there. Official going to check the ball, make sure that it's okay to play with. Balto finds herself down in a 1-2 count. O'Leary getting ready on the 1-2. Swung on directly back up the middle towards the pitcher's mound. Play over at second. Steps on the bag in time, and that will be the end of the bottom of the 4th inning. So no runner score for Trinity despite a couple of hits, or despite a hit. And we will now go into the top of the 5th inning with Trinity still leading 2-1 over the Lewis and Clark Pioneers. We will be back in just a moment here on the Trinity Tiger Network. Welcome back, everybody, to Trinity University with the Trinity Tigers leading 2-1 over the Lewis and Clark Pioneers. As we get a look here at Alyssa Huka. Huka, the senior out of Cupertino, California. Down 0-1 here in this count. Appeared, of course, during game number 1 earlier today, and also appeared in game number 1 against Schreiner. This one hit over past the glove of Bowser and Baltzel, and that'll be a nifty little base hit there. Went just perfectly in the gap there.
To the top of the order for the Pioneers.
If it was about maybe 4 inches either way, I'd say that, well, maybe about a foot either way. It could have been caught by either of them. And instead, it's going to be a infield, instead it's going to be a base hit through the infield for Huka. Ozuna now with the bunt as it rolls foul. Great eye there by the Trinity defense, watching that ball spin and realizing that it was going to roll foul once it hit the ground. Not try and force a play at first. And on the 0-1, where's Bishop going to go here? Bishop so far 4 innings of work today, as this one is popped up. Baltzel waving everybody off and going to get it for the first out here of this top of the 5th inning. Next at the bat is going to be Madison Scroggins, the sophomore out of Antelope, California. Number 33, left fielder here today. 333 average, so 333 for 33. And a 682 OPS coming into this one. OPS being on-base percentage and slugging combined. And for those who are wondering, slugging is essentially or slugging is, I don't know the exact calculation, but it involves how many total bases you have. Of course, a single being 1 base, double being 2 bases, triple being 3 bases, and a home run being worth 4. So here on the 1-1, Bishop hoping to send Scroggins packing here. Scroggins got a hit and a fielder's choice. This one hit over to Tagawa. Tagawa gonna deliver the tag as Hookah fell down trying to avoid it. Meanwhile, the runner will be safe at first.
Shortstop number 2, Emily Patton.
So now Emily Patton coming up to bat. Patton 304 average coming into this series. Went 3 for 8 at Shriner. 3 hits and 2 runs. One of those 3 hits being a double. And also had 4 RBI on the day, so very impressive day from her. Nothing count here for Patton, as this one's going to be foul. Can hear the Lewis and Clark dugout being particularly spirited so far today. Of course, been a pretty long road trip for them, as they've been in Texas since their first game in Texas against Southwestern University. So they went up to Georgetown on Thursday, played a 2-game doubleheader series there. This one's in for ball number 1. Played a 2-game doubleheader series at Southwestern. Of course, an SCAC rival for Trinity. And then yesterday went to Kerrville to play Shriner, which they won both of those games. A very, very impressive performance by them, as this one is hit into right. It's going to drop, and that will be a base hit for Lewis and Clark. Throw is over at first, and runner gets back in time.
Base hit for Emily Patton.
Runner Scroggins. So Scroggins is going to get back over to third now, as we get a replay of it there, and that's about as good of a base hit as you can ask for there. It wasn't a, tower shot off of the wall, but it was a pretty good little play to advance Scroggins up not 1 base, but 2. Now runner just 60 feet away for Harper Campanella, the designated hitter who got a homer in game number 1. This one is hit going towards center field. Watson moving over to get it, and Watson able to get the grab for the 3rd out of the inning. So Trinity keeping runners off the boards here.
No errors, 2 players left on base. Heading to the bottom of the 5th. Trinity still leading
As
2-1.
the score remains 2-1 in favor of the Tigers. Pioneers trailing, Tigers leading, and Tigers with the bats in their hands whenever we come back on the Trinity Tiger Network. Welcome back, everybody, to Trinity University. Samantha Tagawa coming up to bat next, the freshman out of Agora Hills, California, as Trinity moves back to the top of the batting order. Tagawa so far today walked in her first plate appearance and then flew out in the second. First plate appearance being in the first inning, second plate appearance being in the second, respectively. Now getting ready here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Takes a quick ball 1. Maggie O'Leary still in this one. 4 innings pitched, 77 on the pitch count, make that 79. with that one, as that's going to be a ball. So this next pitch will put her at 80. 18 batters faced so far, Tagawa being the 19th. Now we'll see what Tagawa can do here on the 2-0. In for a strike. Just got that top part of the zone, I guess, for strike number 1. Tagawa hiking the sleeve up there on her right arm. Here for the 2-1. Not in for ball 3. Tagawa, of course, the hero of the first game of the season for Trinity, and also the hero of game number 1 against Hardin-Simmons. Swing and foul. Sydney Watson having to dance out of the way of that one. And you saw once again there, Zender messing with a little personal rosin bag that she uses on the inside of her glove a lot, just to get some extra grip there on the ball in the glove. High ball 4, so Tagawa going to take another walk here. That's going to be her 3rd walk of the day. The 2nd walk of this game. And now we're going to get a look at Sydney Watson, who comes in this one at 0-1, grounded out in the 3rd inning and reached on a fielding error in the 1st. Got credited with a sacrifice as well there. In game number 1, Watson went 0 for 4. Watson tried to bunt there, but ended up going foul. And that'll make it 0-1. Sydney Watson, of course, one of the more difficult players to strike out in NCAA Division III. He's ranked at 7th coming into this weekend series as this throw is over to first and in time. And so that'll be the first out here of this bottom of the 5th inning. Tagawa advances up to 2nd. So sacrifice bunt doing what it's supposed to there. As now we're going to see Hannah Boudreau coming up to bat. Boudreau leading the team in terms of batting average, overall hits, and double hits. She got a double earlier on in the 1st game this morning. And Boudreau taking that one for a strike. Bit of a larger strike zone here for the 0-1. This one is hit very well going out to center field. Moving over is center fielder Huka. Tagawa thought about tagging up and instead going to run back. That was a powerful throw there by the center fielder. And keeps the runner on 2nd. As now looks like we're getting a timeout for a potential pinch hitter here. Pinch hitter, sorry. And looks like that pinch hitter is going to be Sydney Boudreau. Boudreau, the freshman out of Pearland, Texas, the twin sister of Hannah Boudreau, who just flew out. And Boudreau coming into this one, 222 average, has appeared in 5 games, 444 OPS, and has 2 hits to her name, 2 RBIs as well. It's going to be fouled and dropped. Would have been a fantastic play there by Zender, but hit off the side of the glove rather than hitting in the pocket and then rolling out. So 0-1 here for Boudreaux. O'Leary checking the wrist and now getting ready with the windup and the delivery inside, ball one. Trinity, of course, not in desperation mode. They do lead 2-1. And Boudreaux here on the 1-1. Tagawa on second. This one's swung on, going out to left, moving over, and it's going to drop. Tagawa's going to round third, and Tagawa will score. So an RBI for Sidney Boudreaux. It was going to be a difficult play regardless there, as I really hope that we get a replay of that, and we will. Looking at that one, it was hit out to left, and then that's about as perfect of an RBI hit as you can ask for there in a situation like that. As now Boudreaux is going to come out, RC going to come back in.
Now running at first base, number 27, Jordan RC.
And Jordan Arce going to be running the bases here.
Jordan Williams.
Williams up at the plate now, walked in her first plate appearance and then flew out in the bottom of the third inning. Going to do a bit more here. Arcee's going to go. The throw not in time. It actually bounces off of the fielder. Arcee's going to go for three. Throw not in time. It goes wild yet again. Arce thought about going for home. That would have been something. A steal of home from first, but decides not to go for it there. We're going to get the replay of it. Arce would have been in time, it looks like, either way, but then the drop there by the shortstop and then just a bad throw by Patton. Or I don't think that was Patton. I think that was actually Scroggins who came in from left field. Williams at the plate now. You can see the outfield shifted to the right. Infield shifted to the right as well, just a little bit. As the second baseman, Ozuna, well over to the left side, leaving a big gap in the middle of the field there. Middle of the infield for Williams to go into if she if she can get it there. Third pitch in for a strike. Gonna make it a 2-1 count here with 2 outs. Already 1 run scored in this bottom of the 5th inning, and Williams hoping for more here. O'Leary on the 2-1. In for a strike. So that'll make it 2-2, and we'll have to see whether or not O'Leary can get her first strikeout of the day. What will the sophomore do here? The windup and the delivery. This one's hit into left. Moving over is Scroggins, and Scroggins going to be able to get this one to end the inning. And so that will be the end of the 5th inning. Trinity scores 1 more run to extend their lead to 2. And we will see what the Pioneers can do whenever we come back on the Trinity Tiger Network here heading into the top of the 6th inning. I'm going to text you a picture of something funny that I just saw. Welcome back, everybody, to Trinity University here in San Antonio, Texas. The Alamo City playing host to so many events over the course of the weekend. It's been a crazy ride over the last couple of days as this one has popped over to Angela Baltzell, a very, very quick first out of this top of the sixth inning. The event here this afternoon, Trinity hosting the Lewis and Clark College Pioneers. Pioneers coming down from Portland, Oregon. This will be the final game of their Texas road trip as they will host their first home game of the 2024 regular season. And as they will be starting conference play next Saturday, March 9th at noon local time. So that'll be about 2 p.m. here for everybody in Central Time if you want to continue watching some of the teams that Trinity likes to play, or that Trinity has played. That's going to be a big swinging strike number 2. It's going to be a 4-game series against Williamette to start out Northwestern Conference play. Bishop getting ready here for the 0-2. Might have been the delivery too high, ball 1. After this one, Trinity will begin their conference play as well, also on March 9th. Starting their SCAC slate out with a 3-game series against Schreiner. Schreiner, of course, out in Kerrville, so definitely not the worst drive in the world for them to be making. This one's going to be fouled off to the left. And after that, it's going to be spring break, so campus may be a little bit quieter as people go off on their mid-semester vacation. 2-game series versus Mary Hardin Baylor is on the cards, and then 2-game series against Latorno on the 14th. The Mary Hardin Baylor series is on the 12th. This one low and outside, ball number 2. After Latorno on the 14th, Trinity will host La Roche University on the 15th. That is another 2-game series. That will be again on March 15th on Friday. All of those games, Mary Hardin Baylor, Latorno, and La Roche, not in SCAC conference play. Bishop with the delivery. This one hit up the middle, picked up by Watson, and that will be a base hit for Marie Alvarez. Alvarez getting her first base hit of the day after walking and striking out in the 2nd and 4th innings, respectively.
Batting third, the catcher, number 18.
And now we're going to see McKenna Zender coming up, the catcher. As we are going to get a pinch runner. Katie Ingersoll, the junior out of Bothell, Washington, has appeared in 4 games so far this season. Went 0 for 2 at Schreiner. Did have a run. That run coming off of her lone walk. 0-0 count coming up for Zender. Bishop moving the ball around in her hand, trying to figure out what grip she wants. And ready for the 0-0. Swing. This one is well off the mark by Williams. So the runner will get in to score, but it will be counted as a strike. Williams, the lefty, missing on the throw, and you see kind of lost her balance there a little bit there as Baltzell had to move over to recover. So the runner safely advances over to second. Bishop getting ready for the 0-1. Shows bunt, does lay down the bunt. Bishop throw over to first is in time, so that'll be the second out here of this top of the 6th inning. As we're going to get another time call here. Not sure if we're going to see a pinch hitter. Looks like we are going to see a pinch hitter here. And it's going to be number 11, it looks like. If I saw the number correctly on the front of the jersey. Or front of the uniform, sorry. It is going to be number 11. That number 11 is going to be McKenna Dare. Dare, the freshman out of Reno, Nevada. Listed as Sparks, Nevada on the on the Lewis and Clark roster. Sparks, Nevada, a kind of subset of Reno for this one's going to be fouled off over to the right side for Texas residents. Imagine it kind of the difference between Fort Worth and Dallas, or Arlington and Dallas. The Reno metro area, but still a pretty large city within that sort of metropolitan zone. Bishop getting ready here for the 0-1. Line up and the delivery is not in for ball one. Bishop the lefty, the lone lefty pitcher in this series, as Lewis and Clark does not have a left-hander on staff. Or not on staff, in the rotation. On staff implies that it's some kind of employee position or something. 1-1 count here by Bishop, and that's going to hit her. And so now Hookah's going to be coming up to bat with runners on the corners. And we've actually got a stoppage here once again by Coach Cyrus. And not sure if we're going to be seeing a pinch runner or a pinch hitter here. And it is going to be a pinch hitter. So that's going to be number 37. That's going to be Sophia Garcia, the freshman out of Rancho Cucamonga, California.
Sophia Garcia.
And she will be going into the 9 spot. So now, getting ready on the 0-0 count. 2 outs. Bishop with the delivery, swing and a miss for Garcia. Garcia so far this season, 3 appearances, got hit by a pitch against Schreiner. That hit by pitch brought in a run. Last night, Lewis and Clark won both of their games. A 10-5 victory in game number 1, as this one is hit into the outfield. Going over is Watson. Watson able to get it with a diving play. Fantastic job laying out there by Sydney Watson to get the final out of the inning, as Trinity keeps the runners off the boards. Once again, it has been a fantastic defensive showing by these Trinity University Tigers, and we will see what they are able to do offensively in the bottom of the 6th inning whenever we come back here on the Trinity Tiger Network. Welcome back, everybody, to the Trinity Tiger Network. My name is Caleb Reed, and it is a pleasure to be broadcasting here for you. As this one is hit over to short, Patton throw over is in time. So 1 pitch, 1 out for Lewis and Clark. Pleasure to be here for you on this Sunday morning, Sunday afternoon doubleheader. As we get a look at Hayden Del Toro coming up to the plate. Del Toro so far this season has been pretty much at her average that we saw last season. Of course, last season, her freshman year, the sophomore out of Cypress, Texas. Batted .265 last season, .256 so far this year, and very similar numbers in OPS as well, .654 versus .630. Just a little bit down, but far from the worst. Guys are doing great in terms of RBIs, though. Has already matched her number from last season in that category. And unless she gets a home run here, wouldn't be able to get another one in this at-bat. And we'll see what happens on the 1-1. Del Toro swinging, this one going foul right side and into the TUPD backyard. Hitting off of what looks to be a trash can there. Squirrel on the fence, not really being startled out of the way. Whenever you're a member of the wildlife here on the Trinity campus, you get kind of used to human interaction a lot. Wind up by O'Leary. Strike 3. Del Toro checked her swing, but got her to freeze anyways. And a big strikeout by Maggie O'Leary gets her first strikeout of the day. And going to be her 23rd on the season. Leads the team in that category. As now we're going to get a look at Peyton Bowser coming up. Bowser had a big single earlier on in the game. As she also had a sac bunt in the second inning. First pitch called ball. And so we'll see where O'Leary goes here on the 1-0. Too high, so that'll make it ball number 2. Bowser, during the earlier game, went 1 for 3 with an RBI. And so far here today, 1 for 2. No RBI yet. But we'll see what happens here on the 3-0 count. O'Leary 4 walks so far today. In for a strike. Bowser decided not to swing there, hoping for the walk, and instead it'll be in a definite hitter's count on 3-1. Wind starting to blow in now from, it looks to be about dead north. Swing by Bowser is going to be a foul ball. Cloud cover for most of the day. Temperatures in the high 70s now. 81 projected to be the high for later on this afternoon. 77 at the moment. Low and inside for ball number 4 on Bowser, so she'll take her free pass to first. This is a Trinity team that loves their walks. 3.7 walks per game so far, and during game number 1, they also had they also had a couple of them as well. 2 walks during the first game, and so far today, they've had 5. Angela Baltzel in at the moment, 0 for 1 so far on the day. Had a sac fly in the second, and then reached on a fielder's choice in the 4th. Second pitch in for a strike. And we'll see what Baltzel's looking at here on the 1-1. O'Leary wind up the delivery in for strike number 2. So 1-2 with 2 outs here. Bottom of the 6th inning, runner on first is Bowser. All of the pinch hitters, pinch runners who were put in the top of the 6th have been replaced with their original starters, as this one's too far outside for ball number 2. The catcher, Zender, checked the runner at first. Bowser not really known to be a steal threat here. Baltzl checking, getting ready. Smacks this one, and that one's going to go over to the tennis courts. Tennis will be playing later on today at 2 p.m. They'll start action against the University of Texas, Dallas. That'll be the women's team. Next time that Trinity Tiger Network will be on the broadcast will be men's baseball against UMHB. This one inside for ball 3, so count moves to full. Single game against the University of Mary Hardin-Baylor will be on Tuesday, March 5th. That game starts at 7. And there'll be a few games throughout the week as well. Make sure to check your schedules. This one over to third, and the throw is in time. So Baltzl unable to get on base and extend this inning, but Trinity still leading 3-1 here, and a chance to end it whenever we come back, heading into the top of the 7th. Don't go anywhere. Final inning, just a few minutes away here on the Trinity Tiger Network. We will be right back. So we will not be having a 7th inning. That will do it. Lewis and Clark, of course, being from Portland, Oregon, need to catch a flight back home. And it's already after the time that the game was projected to end. And with a 7th inning planned to maybe run a little bit long, they decided to go ahead and just end the game there. So Trinity, once again, splits the series at 1-1. That'll make it the fourth straight series in which they have done that. Trinity moves out to a now 8-5 record on the season. Meanwhile, Lewis and Clark, they will remain at 500 with a 4-4 record on the year. The Pioneers continuing a season and ending their road trip to start the season. So all Pioneers fans, make sure to go out and support the team as they play their inaugural game in their brand new softball facility. Meanwhile, for Trinity University, they will return next weekend with action set to start on Saturday, March 9th. Against Schreiner University to open the SCAC schedule. The winning pitcher for today, of course, going to be Cameron Bishop. Bishop going to be picking up her 3rd win of the season. Started and went the complete game. Are they going to credit that as a complete game to Bishop? Looks like that also will be Bishop's 2nd complete game of the season as well. So a fantastic day by her. Bishop 6 innings pitched, 7 hits allowed, only 1 run allowed, 0 earned runs, had 1 walk and 5 strikeouts with 89 pitches thrown. Meanwhile, for Lewis and Clark, the losing pitcher is going to be Maggie O'Leary. 6 innings pitched, 4 hits, 3 runs allowed, all 3 of them earned. She drops to 2-2 on the season. 5 walks and a strikeout in 113 total pitches. So next time that you will see Tiger Network will be on March 5th as Trinity University Baseball will go up against the University of Mary Hardin Baylor. Then then a game against DeSales on Thursday, March 7th. And make sure to stay on the lookout because next time the softball will be here will be on Saturday, March 9th. Start time for that for that game looks to be at about noon. So a game at noon and then a game at 2, and then on Sunday another game at noon again on Sunday, March 10th. So Trinity takes the win here, splits the series against the Lewis and Clark College Pioneers. And it has been lovely to be commentating this game for you. My name has been Caleb Reed. Thank you to everybody in the control room for everything that they do. And thank you to you all for watching. And we will see you all next time. Take care, everybody, and have a great Sunday afternoon.